Live, and it looks
Yes.
like we're on air. That's right. We're famous now.
Well, hello, and welcome to this Jackercon.
So, Jackercon 8, for those that don't know, that is the Happy Jacks online kind of community convention. Not really associated with the Happy Jacks podcast, but kind of.
Quote convention, unquote.
That's right. Convention could be like 2 games this time.
I'm
But
trying to dust off my Shadowrun game,
yeah,
and we'll finally get to kill Stu and Bill.
nice. Have they played in one of your online games?
No. So it's based on finding the
based
lost
on
season.
them.
It's based on finding
Yeah.
the lost season 13, which is responsible for the host gaining immortality. So
Yes.
you have to go into the Happy Jacks Megacorp and steal the lost season.
The Angry Folk Empire.
Because Angry Folk bought Disney and became the #1 entertainment
Oh my god.
corporation in the world. But like, I thought it was really because I started plotting that, and I'm like, and so I started statting out all the hosts. I'm like, this is kind of weird.
This must be done, and furthermore, you get extra points if you do a voice that the host does, like the retired British Army officer.
God, no, that is so
Yes.
not happening.
Yeah.
I could do retired British Army officer. That's about it.
All right, so this is what we'll be doing today is the quiet year, right? I think this is probably reversed in the screen, but I have the deck of cards that I bought off the website. The website is buriedwithoutceremony.com.
You did not pay with good deeds?
What was that?
You did not pay with good deeds?
I did not. I paid with hard, cold cash. So, a game that I've played 2 or 3 times before. Once at Strategicon was the first time. Fun little game. So, why don't we get right into it? Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. So this is...
Information, it wasn't reversed.
What was that?
For your information, it was not reversed.
Oh, excellent. Just on my end. Cool. So what this is it's a map drawing game. It's some people will contest that it's a role-playing game, and that's fair. It is kind of a role-playing game, and it's one of these games that's a GM-less game. So sometimes you'll have a facilitator. Like I guess I'm a facilitator this time because I've played it before, but you don't really have anybody who has any other power than anyone else, anything different. So we're all kind of peers in this game.
Except for John.
That's right. Except for Quiet John. What's that, John?
Well, I mean, this is his game. The Quiet Year.
Yes.
Nice. He's in character already.
I do what I can.
You're playing the Quiet Year. We'll play the other characters. Normally, if you play this game in person, you would set up, a table. You have like a big piece of paper, and you use that as the map, and you just kind of all share that. Obviously, we don't have that here. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Google Drawing and see if that kind of works. Unfortunately, I can't figure out a way to share it with internet land, so the rest of you guys, are going to suffer without getting to see the map too much. Maybe I'll move my camera at my screen or something, and hopefully that won't explode. But normally all you need is like pencils and a couple dice. The dice don't even get rolled, they're just used to keep track of how long something takes. So sometimes on the map you'll put your die on there, a 6-sided die, on a number which indicates how long something's going to take, right? So, we don't have dice, I guess, online here in the Google Drawing thing, but we just draw the number, and I'll show you that as we get into the game.
Well, we can have dice.
Yeah, we can have dice, but that's rolling dice with the dice app thing. Like here, the die
like
on
markers.
the map. Right, they're just markers. So it's just a number marker.
Okay.
Also, normally when you play the Quiet Year, you play with a full deck of cards. Now, how many cards are in a deck minus the jokers?
57.
52.
Okay,
57 is a good second guess. I like that weird odd number. I think with all the extra like commercial cards that are in there, it does come out to around 57. But 52 cards in a deck, and how many weeks are in a year?
52?
52. That's not a coincidence. That was designed to do the quiet year. So basically, each week we're going to pick a card, and that card is going to indicate something about what's happening that week. And the game itself comes with these handy sheets, which kind of tell you what's happening during the season, which is a suit. So the 4 suits, just like those 4 seasons. And as you pick a card, then there's something that needs to be answered that we will answer. Now, if you do go to the Buried Without Ceremony website and purchase the cards themselves, on the card it actually has the questions for you, which is pretty cool. So, all the different cards have the questions that go along with that sheet, and that's what I'm going to use. But we're going to be playing a little bit of a shorter game, right? Because Andrew or lowkeyoh, and we'll do introductions in a second. I think you said you're not sure how long you can last because of sickness, right?
My headache has gone away, so I think I'm fine for the long haul.
Okay, because there's 2 options, and so we'll play the long haul and see how far we get. But you can do what's called the fleeting year, and that means that you pull a couple of cards out of each season, so you kind of have a shorter game. So instead of a 3 to 4 hour, it's more like a 2 to 3 hour game or something like that.
And has anybody ever accidentally pulled out the King of Spades?
And just played forever? I don't think so.
Well, why isn't this game ending?
We're back in spring. So, do you guys want to play a full year or a fleeting year?
I'm for the full year.
All right, cool.
Let's go full.
Yeah, let's do it. So I've got the cards kind of set up here. I'll just kind of like shuffle them a little bit whenever we start a new season. But you'll see like each season is a different color. Like here, all the hearts in this deck happen to be green, whereas autumn changes color and whatever. We could do the cards using like the Roll20 thing, but I don't know how to separate the suits. Like here, you want all the hearts first. You have to go through spring, choosing all the spring cards, which are all the hearts. We're moving on to the next season. So before playing the game, you actually take the deck and turn it into 4 little decks. But before we actually get kind of started into it, why don't we introduce who we are, go kind of around the table, and then I'll read the little game introduction thing. I don't know if this is ordered in somewhere. How about Andrew? You go first.
Sure. I'm Andrew, lowkeyoh on the forums. You might know me from my ridiculous post about D&D 5th edition and why its combats are terrible.
That's what makes you famous. Awesome. Maybe Bill next.
I'm Bill, a ghost dancer on the forum. I occasionally post and have been busy rocket sciencing for the last year and have been mostly inactive.
But you do speak on the podcast when it's playing at the con.
Yes.
Thanks, Bill.
Lego games.
That's right. John?
I'm John. I'm not on the forums. I got roped into this by Andrew.
Yes, you did.
Nice. Not a bad way to go. And my name is Tomer. Tom's on the forums. People, I think, are starting to associate me with Lego games, which I do like. But the other kind of thing I've been getting very into in the last couple cons that I've been going to is some of the GM-less games. I'm really enjoying those. And this is obviously one of them. And there's some from Ben Robbins, like Kingdom and Microscope. There's a couple from Post-World games, like The Carcass and George's Children. All of those have just been super fun. So that's been my big interest outside of Lego games recently.
See, your mic cut out. Did you say hippie games?
I
the hippie
did
games?
say the word. I'm a dirty, rotten, perverted hippie. I love me hippie games.
Character sheets are holding you back, man.
Hold on, let me get my blunt. Okay, let's get playing. So let me read you the introduction to the Quiet Year. I will say this. This is a part of the game, the opening story. This is important.
Hello? You seem to have lost your tomes, or have I lost everybody?
No, I'm still here.
I'm
Okay.
still here.
I think this is an elaborate prank on Tom's part.
There's no game.
Yeah, bye. Sorry to get your hopes up. So I'm on the Buried Without Ceremony website, and let's see how much. It's $8 for the game. I think maybe 2 good deeds. Because it
isn't bad.
Well, it really is a hippie website in that you can buy any of the Buried Without Ceremony games, and they're the company that makes Monster Hearts.
Oh, okay.
And you can buy them with money or with good deeds.
I think you told me about that once.
Yeah, so you can just be like, so I volunteered at a soup kitchen, and I walked my neighbor's dog, and something else. And you're like, okay, here. And then he'll send you a link to, I think, the PDFs, just because.
Was that
I don't
just
know if I don't know if he's still doing that, because I'm not seeing those options. But he was doing that for a really long time.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Welcome
Was it
back.
just me? I just got dropped out for no fucking reason?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh. All right. Yeah, the
It's
rest
okay.
of the internet was working, but this thing stopped. All right.
I was about to go into my tirade about why Monster Hearts is terrible, so
Yeah,
came back at a good time.
Yeah, let's quickly cut that off. And then, all right. So let me read you the opening story. This is very important here. For a long time, we were at war with the jackals. Now, finally, we've driven them off, and we're left with this, a year of relative peace. One quiet year with which to build our community up and learn again how to work together. Come winter, the frost shepherds will arrive, and we might not survive the encounter. This is when the game will end, but we don't know about that yet. What we know is that right now, in this moment, there's an opportunity to build something.
We got metagaming.
Now, who are the jackals? Who are the frost shepherds? It doesn't matter. Maybe that'll come up during the game. I mean, when I say it doesn't matter, it may matter a lot, but that's not defined for us. So it's kind of up to us to determine what these things are during play, or maybe not. Right?
As well as setting information like tech level and time period.
Yes. So yeah. There is some important rules in this game. Not too many of them, but so you can pretty much do what you want. There are questions that you have to answer, and you can answer them in any way that you desire. The only thing, the kind of limitation on the game is a little bit about the length to which you can answer something. So, for example, in this game, you may be asked to draw something on a map. It's making not just the assumption in the rules, it's kind of mandating, loosely mandating, that your drawing will be about the size of a quarter on like a regular size map, that it won't take any longer than 30 seconds. The idea here is that when you add something to the map, you're adding it, and it's a fairly bite-sized thing, somewhat small, and fairly quick. The reason why they're mandating these kind of rules is so that we can all equally control kind of the narrative and where the story goes. So nobody kind of takes control because they're sitting there rambling and rambling. It's against the rules to ramble. Okay? And likewise, when it tells you there's actions, for example, hold a discussion. We can hold a discussion and all of us can take turns saying something about a specific topic. However, when we hold a discussion, each of us is allowed to say about 1 or 2 sentences. That's it. So you don't get to just sit there and ramble on and do a whole speech.
And we've lost you again, Tamara.
I was kind of wondering about that. Well, I'm glad I'm just not crazy.
Oh no, you're definitely crazy.
Well, you can go fuck yourself. Oh, sweet. There is volume for you guys. So we're just gonna slide those up. There's only a way to save this. There we go. Beautiful.
Nope, now Tamara's completely gone. You're just frozen.
Yeah, so on the left-hand side, there's the toolbar.
Yes.
There is something called Hangout Toolbox. It'll give you the option of adding your name at the bottom of your pane, also controlling volume for each individual person. As well as following the developers on their Google Christ pages. You must not be using Google Chrome, which is recommended with this website.
I'm using Chrome, of course.
But yeah, Monster Hearts is weird.
I came in just at the right time. Monster Hearts is weird. All right, I rebooted my router. That should probably help, I think. Sometimes it needs a kick in the ass. I'm hoping this doesn't continue to happen. Oh, some of you guys have the little name thingies.
Yeah.
Right? All right, I'm going to do that.
I'm
So if
supposed to have one, but it doesn't seem to do that.
If you go into the left-hand side, there's the toolbar, and there's a little box with a wrench on it, and I'll be able to give you a name. Also control volume for individual people.
Is that the cameraman?
No, it's...
No.
Let me whip out my snipping tool. Nope, Windows wants to freeze. Thanks, Bill Gates. There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
it's the toolbox. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what it was. My bad. Okie dokie. Is the one on mine backwards or correct?
No, you are good.
Backwards to me. Okay. But, that's a camera thing. All right. Cool. So all I was saying was, there are some rules around how much you're supposed to participate. Now, if you're playing with friends or whatever, it's all good. As long as everybody's having a good time, I guess you can do whatever you want. But I think there's a good reason why those rules are in place, so everybody can kind of participate in a somewhat equal fashion, and it makes for an interesting game. So, so that's the story. So one of the things we need to do before we start playing is sketch the terrain. Now, what we mean by that is all of us need to agree on maybe like 1 or 2 sentences about the world we're going to be playing in, and then we're going to, each of us, have a chance to add something to the map. But before we start with the map, what kind of world do we want to play in. Now, this game is supposed to be set in a post-apocalyptic kind of scenario. We're members of a tribe. We don't play individual characters. We play kind of voices of the community. So we're all four of us basically playing parts of the community, not even individual parts. We're just playing the community. So we're sharing that role. But we probably have a community of about 60 to 80 people. We're looking at a fairly small kind of like village or tribe or something like that. So does anybody have any thoughts on the terrain? The setting?
Mountainous.
Mountainous.
Secluded.
Okay.
I've contributed my 2 words.
Yeah, those are your 2 words. What do you guys have?
Not necessarily far future, but future after collapse of civilization.
Okay, I believe that is the definition of post-apocalyptic. No, but
post-apocalyptic after earlier times, like Dark Ages or something.
But do you, like, basically, oh, no, that's absolutely true. Do you want to, should we incorporate to some degree, like, future technology that our people don't understand? Are we talking about that far in the future? Or have things collapsed that much?
Maybe 50 to 100 years in the future.
Okay, I like that, 50 to 100 years. All right, John, what 1 or 2 things do you want to contribute?
Probably like a river nearby.
Cool. River?
How big? Are we talking like a stream, or are we talking like the Mississippi?
Not quite the Mississippi, but more than a stream.
Okay, well that's quite the range there, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Ohio. Let's go with the Ohio.
Sure, the Ohio.
And what's the one in Pittsburgh? The 3 rivers is the Ohio, the something in the Monongahela or whatever.
The Nina, the Pinta, and Santa Maria?
Exactly.
Yeah, those.
So Chimera, oh, we lost Chimera again. Damn it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. John, install Draw so I can put funny hats on your face.
Why do you want funny hats on my face?
I think that question is self-explanatory.
I'm not sure it is. Also, can you even do that with just a picture?
I can find out. Go put a fireman hat on you. What's even better is it face tracks, so as you move around...
I don't know how to tell you this, but pictures don't move around.
I know, but like if you weren't terrible and had a webcam, like, you know, the rest of civilization...
He respects his privacy. Do not shun him for that.
No, I'm just poor.
See, you used to be able to pay for games with good deeds, but I guess somebody abused that.
And perhaps
see, the issue with Monster Hearts...
Perhaps we don't want to see him.
No.
Presence.
Yeah, you don't want to see me.
You remember Urban Shadows, right, John?
Yeah.
Imagine that, like that kind of setting, but all the characters are in high school and they have sex with each other.
What?
That's Monster Hearts.
But what?
Yeah. It's it is more of a teen drama / romance. A lot of your moves are based on intimacy moves, which in Urban Shadow means like you could share an intimate moment with someone, or you could like tell them a secret about yourself. Monster Hearts is basically you're banging someone.
Is this one of the games where you have to roll for anal circumference?
No, that is Fatal, and I'm definitely running Fatal at one point.
Of course you are.
Not running Fatal. We're just getting through character creation, so we can all be lopsided 11-year-olds who have STDs and one arm 19 inches longer than the other arm. Because they make you roll your arm and leg lengths individually.
Naturally.
Because it's the most historically accurate fantasy RPG on the market.
With its own soundtrack.
With its own soundtrack.
Remember that Monster Hearts is a hippie game, so you don't roll for anal circumference, you just describe it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If it was Fate, you could ascribe your own aspect of anal circumference. But you would have to use the language. I'm actually doing a write-up of Urban Shadows right now on the forum, so that more people can buy it. This is a great game, and you can buy the PDF for like $10 or the softcover book for like 20. That's really good.
It is quite fun.
Tamir is on his way back, he promises.
Like in my head, he's like getting hit by lightning or something each of these times. Like there's some catastrophe. It's not just, mundane internet issues.
Well, the one time I tried to get into a game with Curtis, he got snowed out, so his satellite uplink was buried under snow.
That's a super bummer. Yeah, he was supposed to play in the Judge Dredd game, and he didn't make it, so we just kind of hung out without him, who was running that.
Hey
That's
guys.
a problem we have in Arizona. Hey, welcome back, Tamir.
Stupid Wi-Fi is bumming me out. I do not like this.
It happens. It's
Yeah.
Kangaroo was going to run the Judge Dredd game. And Kurt decided to be all Alaskan and not have internet.
Yep. Bastard. Alright, now it's loading the Hangout toolbox. I can't do my name. Alright, fuck it. So we've got mountainous territory, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've got 50 to 100 years in the future. We've got some kind of big river. Big is, obviously can be interpreted all sorts of different ways. And why don't I add one or two things? I'm going to say it's pretty cold. That's it. Just it's cold. Are we all cool with these things?
Yes, I
Yeah.
just wanted to add the 50 to 100 years in the future and technologies become forgotten.
Okay, cool. Technology's forgotten, but maybe not.
Are we talking like digital technology, or are we talking about like plows?
I'm thinking digital technology.
Okay.
What is
Maybe
this?
weapons and bullets and things are still around, but internet and a lot of electrical, that kind of technology has been forgotten.
No cable television.
Yeah. Oh, damn it, Tomer, do not lock up again.
It's happening. It's okay. I'm already playing with the map. God damn, is our settlement beautiful.
That's the best settlement I've ever seen.
Boom. I feel like there should be a moon in the sky.
In addition to the sun?
Yeah. Also, I feel like we should have more than 4 mountains, but we have a limited amount of space.
I'm intrigued by the tilted mountain.
It's what happens in the post-apocalypse.
Oh, okay.
It's just one sheer face. It's basically what's the place in Arizona? It's like Moonlight Buttress.
I'm not familiar with that. But I live in Arizona.
Is it Arizona? Or am I just bullshitting that out of my butthole?
Maybe both.
It's kind of funny. I'm out in California right now on a business trip, and the night before I left, I experienced an earthquake in Phoenix. My first earthquake happens in Phoenix and not in my extended business trip in California. Would've thought that one coming.
We were both in Chicago, and we had an earthquake, like a 3.1, so nothing intense, but like 4 or 5 months ago.
Well, that's because Indiana University sucks.
Yeah. So this is in Zion National Park, which is in Utah, in southwest Utah. I don't know if you know the guy Alex Honnold.
No.
He is a free soloer, which means he will go climb mountains without any gear. So he'll just be there, you know, in his shoes and some shorts, and he will climb a mountain. And Moonlight Buttress is a sheer cliff face. And so it's just a dude with no ropes or anything climbing up a completely horizontal, completely flat surface. And it's the craziest thing to watch because I have pretty severe fear of heights. And here's this guy, you know, 10,000 feet in the air, just chilling on a wall.
Sounds like my wife.
Like you do.
She would totally go for that. And again, my wife will get next to any precipice at all and just be thrilled to death that she's there.
Yeah, no, I'm super good on the ground.
Yeah, likewise.
I'm all of the indoors and not falling off a cliff to my death. One of the players in our
I just have limits.
one of the players in our GURPS games really wants to go not ziplining, wingsuit. He wants to jump off a cliff with a wingsuit. And I'm like, the stats on wingsuit deaths are like staggering. Like 60% of people who have used a wingsuit have had a near-death experience, and like 93% of them know someone who has died. Compared to, let's say, swimming. Those numbers are like 1 and 1%.
Yep, exactly.
When you're in an activity where almost everyone knows someone who has died while doing that activity, maybe you should just tone it back one. I don't know anybody who has ever died playing GURPS.
It's kind of my thought on mountain biking, except it's just knee injuries. I like my knees. I do a lot of things that require my knees. I don't want them torn up going down a mountain in a crazy fashion.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, just even drivers out in like the Wyoming, Montana area, we were camping. You know, we were 4-wheel drive in a Jeep, and like we were going the speed limit because it was kind of treacherous, and we would get like passed by minivans going like 110 miles an hour. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Wow.
Hey, I see some air and he's moving.
Yeah, and when I restarted the machine, now everything's like super fast.
Like a jellyfish?
Like a jellyfish. You got it.
What?
Super fast jellyfish.
So
I seem to think they're kind of just sort of hanging out, but not really fast. But okay.
this jellyfish, not super fast.
Comes in just in time for breakfast.
All right. So, mountain secluded, 50 to 100 years in the future, big river, and it's cold. Now, normally what we do is each of us adds something to the map in
Don't worry.
regards to this stuff.
Already on it.
Now, the thing is, you're only supposed to add that detail that you are adding to the map, which is one small detail. So make sure that everybody gets a chance to add a small detail. Don't go into a huge exposition. Don't draw out like half of the map is a river and all these details and tributaries. That's not part of the game. It's legal, and you're going to be kicked out if that's what you do. You'll be the laughingstock of the quiet year, the apocalypse. So the main thing is you add a detail, a small detail. It could be a little one. I mean, if it's a river and it crosses the thing, that's cool. We can do it crossing the river, crossing the map. But you know, just one small detail, and that's it. Has everybody added a detail yet? I think lowkeyoh has added a couple, probably, right?
I have added a little rectangle in one of the mountains that is something, a bunker, kind of like maybe a sack base or something along those lines.
So when you add the thing, that should be related to what you added to the game. So in your case, you said that 50 to 100 years, you know, into the future, we've lost technology. When you add that rectangle, that should actually be part of the lost technology, for example. Maybe that's a place where there's a bunch of lost technology. Whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of like computers in there, maybe some weapon stores, things along those lines.
Something that it sounds like we've forgotten to use, right?
Do we know it's there, or is it there and we don't know about it?
At this point, we haven't really determined much. Now, during the game, it may come up like, hey, somebody finds something. Someone can take that opportunity to find something there, right? Or, for example, you know, during Bill's turn, he may do an action, and that action has to do with this location, or you know, sending somebody to explore, or who knows what. But that will come out during play. So at this point, Bill just said we're 50 to 100 years in the future, and this little spot on the map that has to do with that. You know, our lost technology. John, are you cool with the big river?
Yeah, that's fine, unless you want to scale it down a bit.
Well, it's your river, so you can click on it, delete it, move it around, do whatever. And you don't have to define the whole river, too. If you just define a small part of it, then the rest of us can work off of that later as well. Cool.
Saying that the river's too big. Fuck you, John.
I mean, it was half the map.
Now it's like a worm. Okay, cool. And I wanted to say that things were cold, right? So the way I'm going to express that is, let's see here, let me get my little drawing tool. Yeah, first of all, who put this little sun here? Let's delete that.
So wait, we don't have a sun? We live in a bleak, sunless future?
You know, I didn't say sunless, but right now it's spring, so no, there's no sun. It's cold.
Okay.
Let me see. Are there little shapes? Oh, come on, snowflake. Oh, the sun was the closest thing to a snowflake.
There you could probably make a snowflake out of the pointed stars. Like if you did like a 16-point star and another 16-point star and rotated it, maybe.
I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna put a sun and a couple of clouds over it. Because it's spring, it's sunnier than usual, but this place is so cold, you never get like sun or a lot of warmth. All right. So now we're ready to start playing. We've done kind of the basic thing. We've done some very minor pictures on our map. We've sketched the terrain. And we have to determine some starting resources. So each one of us is going to declare a starting resource for the tribe. And this is something that will either have in abundance or it'll be scarce. And, simple examples could be water or food or guns or something like that. But you can name any resource,
Love.
Love. Excellent. I'm going to write that down. So one of our resources is love.
And we have an abundance of it.
We haven't determined which ones we have abundant and scarcity yet. So let's first determine what they are. So Andrew said love. Bill or John, do you have an idea?
In our bullets, not necessarily guns, but bullets.
Okay.
I'll be boring and go with food.
Food. Okay.
I think that's a little too on the nose. What kind of food?
Chicken.
Okay. Chicken's a good call in the apocalypse.
Sure.
Free-range chickens, the herds of chickens running across the plain.
We have to determine if we have a scarcity or abundance of chicken. I'm going to say heat. Heat is a resource we may or may not have a lot of. So we've got love, bullets, chicken, and heat. And of these three resources,
Four?
4 resources, I know how to count. One of them will be in abundance, and the other ones will be scarce. So what do you guys think we should have in abundance?
Well, I think my page is going to tell you what I think.
I don't think we have an abundance of love in the apocalypse.
Hey, it's how we pulled through when everyone else... I should have said champagne.
I think an abundance of love can be a very powerful resource in this world. Because not having an abundance of love could be really bad and dark. But I'm okay with any of these. So again, I'll put them up here. We got votes. What do you think, John? What do you want to have an abundance of?
Oh, can I change mine? I just thought of something. Steel.
Sure.
That'd be cool. Steel.
Steel?
Figured
just
out
steel
how
in
to
general?
process
Yeah.
steel.
Oh, so we could... Can we go back and say that one of the mountains has a mine?
Well, we'll get there.
Okay.
We can determine that during play. And one of the things they do mention during, in these kind of games is sometimes it's good to keep some ideas close to the chest. Like you might go, ooh, I want to explore this aspect, or oh, river, that sounds like trade, or, another people, or something like that. And, all of that you can introduce during the game. But at this point, they actually recommend we don't discuss too much stuff because during the game, as your turns progress, you're going to introduce these things. But that answers the question. You will get to do whatever you want to explore here. But first, we have to determine what we have in abundance. Which of these 4 items?
I like the abundance of steel.
Okay. So we have an abundance of steel, but we have a scarcity of love, chicken, and heat. That sound good?
Yes.
Cool.
All you need is love.
Right.
We need to develop that then.
So during the game, will these things matter? They may. They may matter during, certain questions will come up regarding an abundance or a scarcity. But, it's something we can just keep in the back of our head as well, that, that these things exist in the game. And, maybe I'll write it on the map later when I have time or something in the bottom corner. But cool. So I think we're ready to play. Who would like to go first? Should we do... Are you guys seeing the order of people down at the bottom in the same order I do? I don't know. Like, who's on the far left?
I see Bill, John, Tomer, and then myself.
I see Andrew, John, Tomer, and myself.
I see Andrew, Bill, Tomer, and myself.
Okay, so you always see yourself last, but I think everything else is kind of in order.
I
How
also
about...
do see a 1 on my panel.
Oh.
I don't quite know how it got there, but yeah.
All
No,
right.
but okay.
What I'm going to do is I'll go over here onto our map, and down at the bottom corner, I'm going to put our initiative. Actually, you know what? Forget about that. I'll just write it down on a piece of paper, so that way it doesn't get in our map. What we'll do is, how about, let me go first, because that way I can show you the rules of the game. And then we'll go kind of from left to right, which in my picture looks like it'll be Andrew, then Bill, and then John.
Sounds good.
So, and we'll just go in circles after that. So initiative is just kind of repeated ad nauseum. So the basic unit of play is a week, and during a week we're going to do a couple of things. First thing that we're going to do is draw a card, and when we draw a card, we're going to read it. Now in this case, I'll read it out loud, but if you guys need to refer to it, again, I sent you the cheat sheets. You guys all have that, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're looking at the first page, which is spring, on the one cheat sheet. So the first thing I'm going to do is draw a card. I'm going to read it and answer a question. After that, I get an action, and we'll talk about those actions in a minute. So I drew the Queen of Hearts, and the Queen of Hearts says, "What's the most beautiful thing in the area?" Or, you can answer one of two questions, so that's one of them. Or, what's the most hideous thing in the area? I'm going to answer the most beautiful thing. Because up here in the hills, the snow never completely melts. Right on top of this hill here is the Crystal Castle. So that's my Crystal Castle. And when I say it's a Crystal Castle, you know, it's not like a castle. It's just, you know, some crazy crystalline structure. It's absolutely gorgeous, multicolored, made out of ice. But we haven't actually gone up there and been there yet, so we don't know. But it's really pretty. It's the very remarkable feature of the area. So that's my question. And during my question, I may draw on the map, you know, to answer that question, which is what I did now. The next thing I have to do, so after I draw my card, then I can take an action. And there's 3 actions. An action could be discover something new. If I want, I can discover something new and draw it on the map. Now, my turn was discovering something new, right? I just answered the question and drew it on the map. But if I want to find something else new and draw it on the map, I can do that right now. The other thing I can do is hold a discussion. A discussion is where all of us will talk and have, you know, a little bit of something to say, right? And then finally, the third thing I can do is I can start a project. A project is a way of trying to deal with our surroundings. So, for example, we have some scarcities. Maybe a project will try to address those scarcities, right? So, I want to have a discussion. Discussion is one of the weird ones because you know, it happens kind of in an interesting way. There's 2 ways you can do a discussion. You can either ask a question, or you can make a statement. And I'll explain those differently when we get there. But I'm going to start with a question. Now, once I have my question, each of you are allowed to weigh in as members of the community with 1 or 2 sentences of something. Now, nothing will get done. This is just a discussion, so it's not action. We're not going out and exploring. We're not discovering new stuff. We're just having a discussion about the situation, right? So my question is to you guys, and we're going to go around clockwise according to our order here. My question is, the sun just came out and spring has started. What's the first thing we're going to do to try to fix our situation?
Grow food.
Wait, so Bill says grow. Bill, you're out of order. Andrew's supposed to be next. But that's okay. We'll let it go this time.
If he's going to say grow food, I'm going to say repair our fortifications that the snow broke.
Okay. So repair fortifications, John.
I kind of agree with grow food.
Yeah, but somebody already said that.
That's okay. You
Okay.
can do that. I mean, this is the community. The community's just talking. So, more and more people are agreeing that we should grow
So
food.
we don't have to say different things. We can.
Yeah, we're just weighing in. Everybody
Okay.
gets one or two statements.
Cool.
It could be kind of different. It could be dissenting. It could be agreeing. It could be something completely new.
Okay.
But that's it.
Cool.
And normally we'll go in order, so it'll be Andrew first, then Bill. Like you go clockwise. It's easier, obviously, if you have a table. Oh, wait, can we remove, yeah. So one other thing we need to do is we need to put a little X where the village is. I think we kind of forgot to do that. I don't care who does it, maybe Andrew. Put a little X
Sure.
on the map where our current village is.
We'll be right here.
Cool, so right in that little empty valley area, whatever that is. So again, I had the discussion, I asked a question, what is it that we should do now that spring has broke? And Andrew said we should repair our fortifications. Bill saying we need to plant food. John saying I think food is a good idea. Now, because I started with a question on my turn, I get to be the final say in the discussion. It doesn't mean anything happened per se, but I do get a final word because I started with a question, not a statement. Obviously, we need to explore the crystalline structure. We've been looking at it for years. So that's my way in. Again, so everybody's had one or two statements. Nothing necessarily getting done, but we're just kind of testing the waters. Now I'm going to hand it over to Andrew. So Andrew, you're going to pick a card. Are you ready?
Okay.
You're getting the 9 of Hearts. Do you want me to read it to you, or yeah, read it?
A charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it? Who joins her endeavors? Start a project to reflect. Or, a charismatic young girl tries to tempt many into sinful or dangerous activity. Why does she do this? How does the community respond? Well, I mean, sinful activity. We do have a lack of love going around. But I'm going to go with the elaborate scheme, and I think the scheme is let's explore that crystalline structure.
Okay.
Clearly, this charismatic young girl has been wondering what that is. And because it is neither repairing our fortifications or growing food, she would have to be very charismatic to get people to abandon the logical path.
Absolutely. So, the other thing you need to answer is who joins her endeavors. Then, maybe the whole village or subset or whatever.
No, I'm going to say the youth. I think this is folly. I think that the elders and anyone over the age of 24 knows better.
Right. All right, so the youth want to go explore that structure. Now, this is where you need to determine how long you logically think, how many weeks it'll take to be able to get up there and explore that structure. Now, you might say like 2 or 6 or whatever. We all weigh in, so if you say it's going to take 2 weeks and we're like, wait a minute, it's way further than that, or that's a big mountain, or then we may change the scale here. But we're going to agree about how long it'll take. So what do you think? How many weeks would it take?
I'm thinking there's probably a week worth of travel to and fro, and we probably want at least like 2 weeks of exploration. So I'm going to say 4.
4 weeks? What do you guys think?
4 weeks seems a reasonable time. I go with the 1 week there, 1 week back.
I'm going to actually push for 3 weeks, because I think getting there and then a week of exploration getting back, I think that's doable. We're from this area. It's not like we're comfortable, but it shouldn't be necessarily too difficult for us, right? We've grown up in these mountains, or maybe, or live here at least. So, what do you guys think? 3, 4 weeks? John, do you have an opinion?
3 weeks sound good.
Okay.
I mean, we are from the area. We've been here a while.
Yeah, but we haven't been there.
Yeah,
So-
but it's just climbing a mountain.
Because
He
it's only
says,
one
with no climbing experience.
totally climbing skill 0.
Yeah, don't
so,
worry about it.
so Andrew, given that 3 and 4 weeks are almost the same, I'll let you make the final call on how long you think it'll take.
Let's compromise to 3.5. Can
No,
we do that,
John,
or is that to
it
be a whole
has to
number?
be a week. It has to be a whole week.
I'm gonna go 3.
Okay, cool. So on the map, draw like something that shows a person going there. It could be a little person walking there. It could be a little person climbing up the mountain under the crystal castle, whatever. And next to it, use maybe that little like text icon, I think, to like put the number 3.
We're gonna do a dotted line, and I will go ahead and add text for a 3.
Cool. So that 3 is associated with our journey, right? And every week we're going to count down that project. It's going to slowly go down to 0. And when it does get to 0, if it gets to 0, the project will complete successfully, and we'll see how it goes. However, there are sometimes certain events that come up that cause projects to fail. So, it may or may not succeed, but it'll take 3 weeks if so. Cool. Now you get your action. So that was the card.
Mm-hmm.
Now you get to do an action, and in an action you can either discover something new by adding it on the map. You can hold a discussion where we all weigh in on a subject, or you can start a project. Now you started one as part of the card, but you can start a second project as well if you want. We can have a lot of projects going simultaneously.
I think we should start the town elders are going to start the project of getting our food source back. Now, I'm kind of split whether we are a agrarian society or if we gather food. But let's go ahead and just say the project is starting the process of gathering food.
Okay. So we're gathering food. So
just
right?
the food collection process. So
Sure.
planting what we plant, hunting what we hunt, gathering what we gather.
Well, so why don't you define one of those? Like planting could just because all of them might take a different amount of time, right?
Okay.
But maybe we start on one of them, like farming or hunting,
So
and then we can just
let's go ahead and say hunting, because we probably want to get. We're coming out of winter. Those wolves and bears probably aren't as active as they're going to be in the spring and in the summer. And in the summer, our crops are going to start coming to fruition, so we won't have to depend on hunting then.
Okay. So draw that on the map and add a little number next to it, or draw something that signifies it. And if you're hunting, you can say kind of, what we're hunting, whether those are small mammals or, whatever, or something specific. Look at that cute little thing. So you're thinking it'll take about 4 weeks?
Yes, that is what I am saying.
What do you guys think? 4 weeks sound about reasonable to hunt for our resources?
I'd say so.
Now the counterpoint is it's spring, so is there a lot of stuff that we hunt around here? Should it be pretty easy to get our hunted stuff during spring, or is there a reason why it's taking so long to gather food?
I think it's a reasonably sized community, and we need to spend a significant amount of time building up resources.
Like we said, food is scarce, right?
Yeah.
So that's fair. So that's a lot of weeks where we're going to be hungry, but that's okay. I'm sure we have something to gnaw on during this time, right? Like some wheat.
Well, we do have the scarcity of chickens.
And yellow snow.
Cool. So that's Andrew's turn. So he read a card. Part of that card was building a project. He then took an action, which is starting another project. And now we hand it over to Bill. So Bill, are you ready for your card?
Yes.
And right now, do either of those countdowns tick down, or is it at the end of this turn?
No, very good question, and thank you for bringing that up. On right after he performs, the next person performs a card, then everything counts down. Then the person gets to perform an action. And because you created 2 projects on your turn, neither of them count down yet. They count down on the next turn. But great question. So we have a Jack of Hearts. Do you want to read what that is, Bill? Give the cheat sheet.
See a good omen, what is it? Or you see a bad omen, what is it? On the spring equinox, the rising sun shines through the crystalline structure and projects a heart into the center of town.
Ooh.
It is symbolic of our young girl traveling to this structure. And it
Nice.
is seen as her being some sort of divine being, like a Dalai Lama, a spiritual guide for the community and the surrounding area going into the future.
Okay. So you're saying it's a good omen.
Yes.
Okay. Now you get to take your action. And again, you can discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. And before you do that, sorry, we're going to count down. Thank you very much. Andrew's counting down our 2 projects there. So the journey is going to take another 2 weeks, and hunting is going to take another 3 weeks.
I'm going to build on the steel thing and say that, okay, we understand how to make steel. We're going to then try to build a mill for rolling this steel ingot that we make into plate so that we can then make walls and make structures out of steel plate.
Well, we do have a scarcity of heat, so maybe having some kind of more permanent living structures would give us a little bit of a better ability to keep warm, I guess, in this crappy environment. So you're basically saying you want to create a project, right? A project to better be able to manufacture or the steel. Now, how long do we think something like that will take? Like, what is it that the town actually? What is this project? What is it that they plan to do? Are they building like forge or
processing raw steel into steel product? So that's going to take a long time, on the order of 15 weeks.
Okay, so now with a project, now part of this game is you use 6-sided dice. The reason you use 6-sided dice is because a project can take anywhere between 1 and 6 weeks. So projects can't take 15 weeks. However, if you have in mind, like the town wants to do this really huge thing, and we do think that it would take 15 weeks to get there, we have to break that down into smaller projects that then we can, are achievable. So, for example, maybe being able to turn steel into usable stuff. Well, we need one project which is to go out there and bring the steel down. We need another project which is to build some kind of forge, and that itself is going to be hard because we don't have a good heat source, right?
Yeah.
So, you kind of are basically trying to determine how do we take advantage, like, what smaller doable project within 6 weeks can we do now?
We will prospect for coal in the mountains.
Okay, cool. So we're prospecting for a heat source. How long do we think that's going to take?
6 weeks.
Sure. Where are we looking? What have you drawn on the map? You can add a mountain if you want, or you can one of the existing mountains, or put a little X where we're doing some kind of prospecting. See what we find. I'm guessing that we do not have a shit ton of wood up here if we have a scarcity of heat. Because
We
wood
are
would be pretty easy
prospecting
to
in
deal
this
with.
area of the mountain.
Okay. Next to that area, put a little text thing which has the number 6 in it because it's going to take 6 weeks. Can you do that? Do you know what things?
All of my stuff went away. Let's see.
It's a little square with a T if you get the drawing. Cool.
Yeah, all of my. There we go. Okay. I was able to restore that. Wow, it's huge.
I think if you type though, it'll be in whatever the regular font size is.
There we go.
Cool. So that project will take 6 weeks. Okay, cool. All right, so next is John. You ready?
Yep.
You've got the 7 of Hearts.
Where does everyone sleep? Who is unhappy with this arrangement and why? Or what natural predators roam this area? Are you safe?
Of course we're not safe. We didn't repair our fortifications.
Correct. I'm going to go with where everyone sleeps.
Mhm.
And I'm going to say that we have just like a large hut where everyone sleeps together.
Okay. One large hut. You want to draw that on the board? You can just,
Sure.
whatever. It's easy. And while you're doing that, who is unhappy with that arrangement? That was part of it.
I'm going to say
And why?
I'm going to say the couples in the village are unhappy because they want privacy.
We do have a scarcity of love. Maybe that's the kind of love we're talking about.
Yeah.
Shit, we're playing Monster Hearts.
Wherever you take it, man. All right, cool. So now you get everything marked down 1, so you guys can mark down the projects by 1. So our journey's only 1 week out. They're probably starting their way back soon.
Hopefully with good news.
Gathering some kind of something. We're trying to hunt down whatever rare chickens or something are around. And yeah, our mining is now, our people are out there in the mountains looking for some kind of resource. Cool. All right, so now you get to take an action, John. So if you want, you can discover something new on the map. You can hold a discussion, or you can start a project.
I think I'm going to discover something new.
Cool.
And it's going to be a pond that the river ends into.
Oh, cool. Awesome. So that's our little pond where the river ends. All right. And when you're playing this game, it's a little bit up to you and the player themselves as far as to what extent they want to verbalize or role play this kind of stuff. Again, we're not really playing specific characters per se, but you can play like a person and say, "Oh, hey, little Johnny, I just came back from the river and I found a little blah 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 blah." Like you can basically translate or give this information as far as what's on the map in whatever manner you feel appropriate.
Okay.
But all right, cool. My turn. So I'm gonna grab the 8 of Hearts. Yeah, all the we already did the weeks, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, and you can feel free to add a little. Actually, we probably shouldn't put words on there.
Okay.
I think they like that no words are on the map. So many rules. Fucking hippies. So the map should only consist of pictures. I mean, it could be like people and things, but no words. Apocalypse, no words. So, Eight of Hearts. An old piece of machinery is discovered, broken, but perhaps repairable. What is it? What would it be useful for? Interesting. Or an old piece of machinery is discovered, cursed, and dangerous. How does the community destroy it? Oh, they're both so tempting. It's spring. Let's have a little bit of hope. I'm going to say an old piece of machinery is discovered, broken but perhaps repairable. And what is it? I'm going to say that somebody, a little girl who was, exploring across the river, went where she shouldn't, which is the little mine, and discovered some kind of cart with wheels. And that little cart with wheels, if it's if it's salvageable, we could have maybe the ability to bring down resources if we can fix the wheels up from the mountain. Oh, that's a pretty shabby picture. There we go. Does that look like a car? It's next to the mine. All right. And then as far as, so that's what we discovered. Now, that discovery, as far as the rules of the game, I'm just answering this question, right, on the card. So the question on the card did not say start a project. It did not say one of your abundant resources is now scarce or vice versa. So we don't change anything mechanically about the game. I just answered the question. Oh, we have a car, maybe it can be fixed. But, then it's up to somebody to try to fix it. Now, at this point, guess what counts down? All of our stuff, right?
Hooray!
And that's right. One of our projects is completed successfully. So if a project completes and counts down to 0 without failing because of some other, verbiage or question or something like that, then whoever created that project gets to narrate what it's, what the result is. It doesn't have to be totally successful, but because the project completed, there should be some movement forward, right? Even if this thing failed, we should be discovering something that allows us to continue onward as a tribe. So whose project was that? That was yours, Andrew?
That was... No, that was yours.
Oh, was it mine? No, I didn't do the...
No, it was Andrew's.
Yeah, you did the journey to the crystal cave.
Okay.
I just discovered the crystal cave. So
oh yeah, because it was the charismatic girl. Yeah.
Right. So you get to tell us, and again, we're talking about like in a few sentences. So the whole idea here is for every one of these, you're kind of responding in a somewhat brisk manner, but you get to control whatever the outcome is. So what's the result of this journey?
Disaster.
Okay.
They have found something. They have disturbed something that they shouldn't have.
Is there something? What is the effect that the rest of the tribe would see? So, like, they come back and they're telling the tribe that they've, like, basically what's happened. What do we know has happened?
Many people are seriously injured, and there are predators that know that our village exists now that didn't before.
Okay. All right. So there's been some predators that we have possibly let loose, or we've disturbed something we shouldn't have. We have some. Do we have casualties? Just injuries.
I would say a couple.
Okay. Couple casualties. Not good.
The charismatic girl made it back though.
Cool. Well, there was a good omen about her.
Lola.
All right. Now it's still it was still my turn, right? I read the card. We counted down the project. It went to Andrew because his project got completed, but now it goes back to me for me to take my action. And then we can delete the zero exclamation marks. If you want, you can add something to the map which signifies the result of that. So when you say there's predators, for example, you can draw a little predator somewhere. Or, if we have casualties, you can draw some dead bodies, whatever. So it's up to you, kind of, if you want to, draw something on the map that relates to. And for those out there in our recorded land, because sharing the screen doesn't work so well, I will do this. Maybe you can at least see the map for a second or two. Hello. There's our map so far.
Well, that's much better, yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right. So we've had our casualties. Now I get to have an action. I think we're going to start a project. The project is we need to set up fortifications immediately to prevent these beasts, from damaging our hut. All we have is our hut. So I think we need to surround the hut with, I don't know, a moat or something. So fortifications. I'm thinking dirt. Snow. We're going to make a snow wall. Sure, at least it gives us a lookout, right? Yeah. So we're going to try to build a snow wall around the village. Oops, how do I make it clear? Let's see here. Shape. Is that clear? No. All right, I'm just going to use that. That looks like a wall. I'll do this. We're trying to make a little wall around the village, I guess. All right, guys, I got to say, drawing tools, they're okay. A little bit lackluster.
There's no just freehand, like MS Paint.
Yeah, not a very good one. No. I mean, the thing is, you can the scribble.
But there, okay. I'm starting a project.
So how long does that wall take? Do you guys think? We have competing projects, which is part of the problem. So we're a little bit. Some people came back, but we're a little bit low on people because some people went out to search for the, heat resources. How long do we think it's going to take to build a wall of snow around our hut?
I think we should spend 2 weeks on it, but I don't think it's going to be the best hut that has ever existed. The best wall.
That's fair.
It's certainly not going to be the Java of huts.
No. All right. So, but we're going to spend 2 weeks, not too much time, but some time building at least a basic snow wall around our hut because we know that we need protection now, and then we'll get something bigger down the track, hopefully. All right. So that was my turn. Now I'm handing it over to Andrew. So Andrew, you have the Ace of Hearts.
The Ace of Hearts. Ace of Hearts. Oh, it's at the top. The group has what group has the highest status in the community? What must people do to gain inclusion in this group? Or are there distinct family units in the community? If so, what family structures are common? I'm going to say that there are distinct family units within the community, that the family units are your standard Western nuclear family, so cousins, grandparents, patrilineal last name. We're not going into cousins or brothers or any of the matri or patrilineal structures. So just the standard nuclear families. And let's say that there are 4 major surnames that command the most power within the village, and that there are like other families, but they are people who have come from far away.
So are you answering the first one or the second one? Because the first one, okay. First one talks about what group has the highest status in the community. It kind of almost sounded like people with the surnames.
No, the second one is the distinct family units.
Family units.
And the structure is the units are the nuclear family, and the structures are the banding together by last name.
Okay, so we've got structures which are lots of small nuclear families, and the common family structure is bonding by last name. Okay, cool. And we can count down our projects here. So our wall's going to take another week. Did you already do the searching? No, right, Bill?
I need to bring that down to 2.
Cool. And then we have another project which is finished, right?
Yes, we do.
And which one was that? That was searching for
our
hunting.
Yeah.
How did that end up?
That ended up much better than the crystalline structure. That ended in an overwhelming success.
Ah, cool. Now, we don't mark on our sheet of resources, as far as things like abundances and scarcities, that metric changes based on some other things that happen in the game, like questions that come up. So it's not that we have now a abundance of chicken, for example.
No,
but what we do have is we have enough food to survive.
Yeah, it is an overwhelming success by the standards of
of our starving
starving people. Yeah.
All right. We get to live another few weeks. All right, cool. And then now it's your action.
I would like to have a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And
now, because we have somebody here who's doing discussion, I'm gonna just mention the 2 kinds of discussion you can have. You can start with a question, in which case everyone else weighs in, and then you get to weigh in last. And again, everybody gets 1 or 2 sentences, no big expositions or anything. So you start with a question, everyone goes, and you go last. Or you can start with a statement, in which case everybody else goes, and you don't get a last turn. So
I'm going to go ahead and have a statement. And I'm just going to state that there is an increased predatory incursions onto our village.
Now, as far as that goes, keep in mind there's 2 ways to do things in the game, right? You can make a discovery. A discovery can be there's incursions on the village, and you can draw them in. You're changing a fact about the game. If it's a discussion, then it's really a discussion of something else that's happening. So you can say, hey,
so
we need to do something about possible incursions because those monsters are coming down for the mountain. That's a statement.
The discussion will be, I'll ask the question, and it's going to be, do we think the fortifications, the 2-week snow fortifications, are going to be enough? What else could we do? What else should we do?
That's the question. Bill, you get to weigh in first.
We could oh geez, what could we do? Dedicate all available persons in the village to expand the the ice wall structures.
Okay. John gets to weigh in.
I think we should develop weapons, go on the offensive.
Uh-oh.
I think this is an opportunity for us to move the village to a better location. The people who can't get any private living in the big hut.
I think that is an act of cowardice.
Mhm.
But I also think that that makes a great deal of sense.
Perhaps the girl or the person who discovered the cart.
So
The,
wait. Let me stop you.
the,
Let me stop everybody. So this part where you're saying, "Hey, let's have a discussion," that's off the table. We had the discussion was a question was raised. Everybody weighed in, and Andrew got to go last because he started with the question, and then we move on. So that was his action. Now, Bill, it's your turn. So you can you get a card first, and then other things happen. And the reason I cut off that discussion is because that's part of the mechanics of the game. They do that on purpose so that we don't discuss that. Instead, if you have ideas of where you want it to go, you can make those things happen during your turn, projects, and other stuff like that, and discoveries. But the idea is they want to minimize like the random conversation stuff, because otherwise it influences the other players, or that kind of thing. But anyways, that's the game. 3 of hearts, Bill.
Someone new arrives. Who? Or 2 of the community's younger members get into a fight. Who provoked them? I'm going to say someone new arrived from upriver. No, up from downriver. They hiked up following the water source and happened to find our community.
Cool. You can draw them on the map.
So, okay. I'm just kind of confused about this river.
You're confused about what? Sorry, say again?
I'm just a little confused about the river, because, I mean, downriver is upriver because the river ends in the north, so it's flowing south to north.
Oh, it's flowing south to north, okay.
Well, because it ends in the pond, and the pond is north of where we're at.
Okay, so I will draw a community of some sort.
Well, we found new people.
They are here, and someone from that community has
Arrived in the village.
traveled upriver to find us.
Cool. Do you want to do you want to give us a name? Like it says someone new arrives who. Do you want to define it any more than that? You don't have to.
Douchebags.
Roger Walker from the community of Lakeside.
Roger Walker. Wow, last names are very important to us. Interesting. We'll see what this means.
Does he have a brother named Johnny?
He does. And they are famous for their ability to hike long distances, hence the last name Walker. And hence the reason why they sent him on this journey.
All right, cool. So that was your card. Now we move down all our projects by 1 week. So our exploration is down to 1 week left, and I'm going to erase this 1 week. We have a snow wall.
Woo!
The wall was a success in that we have a wall of snow around our hut. Whether or not it can actually protect us from anything is, to be seen. But at least there's a couple of little kind of pseudo-stair ladders we've created, and there's a couple people who can stand higher and see a little bit further out. So that's good. But, it's snow, so we don't necessarily have too high hopes for its sturdility. All right, cool. So that was that project. Now I get my action, which is either, again, discover, discussion, or project. We're going to make a discovery. The discovery, actually, let me see here. No, we're going to hold the discussion. I'm going to make a statement, and then we'll go around the table. I don't trust those people. We've lost many of our members in that direction over the years. Andrew's turn.
I mean, I have no love for strangers. So, and the fact that they're making contact now is suspicious.
Bill?
Johnny says that he surmised our community was here because of what we were sending downstream. That was essentially arriving in their community.
Okay. And John?
I think we should be cautious, but we should check it out.
Okay. So the community has spoken. This is a discussion we've had.
The hubris of youth.
Now I hand it over to Andrew. So it's your turn. You get the 10 of Hearts.
10 of Hearts, that's my favorite card.
Oh.
There's another community somewhere on the map. Where are they? What sets them apart from you? Or what belief or practice helps unify your community?
Now, if as far as the first question, we already know about this community at the river, so that would not be the first question. But if you did want to answer the first question, you could create a third community on the map, or you could answer the other one. It's up to you.
I am going to say that there is another community.
Okay.
And I'm going to say that there is a community far on the other side of the giant mountain to the east. And there is a people that live in unison with the giant robotic spiders we found in the crystalline structure. And by giant robotic spiders, that's more my headcanon than actual game. But
wait, that's more what?
That's just more what I have in my head. I don't think we've defined what was in the Predators.
So, but what you're saying is there's a community on the other side of the mountain. What sets them apart from us is they live with the crystalline creatures that we are worried that we that messed us up. Okay.
They are allied with whatever attacked us.
Draw them on the map.
Okay. I'm going to just go ahead and put a little X here, and I'm going to start my beautiful MS Paint drawing.
Cool. And while he's doing that, Bill, the project goes down one. So your project is completed. The exploration for, whatever, some resources to help us with the steel work.
Coal.
Yes. What did we find? How was the project?
We found massive success. We found both coal and lime, which is critical for our steel refining process, in close proximity to one another. It is a massive success. Unfortunately, it's a river away.
Yeah. And we do have a cart, but it needs repairs. That may or may not help. Okay. So we have coal and lime. Not bad. And then once Andrew's done with his drawing of the other tribe, if so, then you can also take your action.
Okay, I've got so many ideas here. I'm
But
going
not
to.
you, Bill. It's still
Oh,
Andrew's turn, so he gets to take his action. Then
oh,
you
sorry.
get the
Oh,
card.
I've completely. Somebody else started talking, and I forgot that I have an action coming. I'm gonna say that we. Well, there's discovery, there's discussion, and what is the third action? Project.
Project.
I'm going to say the project is that we are moving into the next phase of the refinery, and we need to spend a couple of weeks building the forges and the refinery to move along with the steel, because the snow is going to melt eventually, and it would be nice to have steel walls.
Cool. Well, where are we doing this? So you have to draw where this project is happening. Are we making the forge in our town? Are we making it close to the source?
I
And then we
think
can
it should be
determine how
close
long.
to the source.
Ooh. And how
I,
long will that take?
well, it's going to be faster to do it by the source because we're not going to have it back and forth, but then it's going to be slower to bring it to the town. So let's say, yeah, by the town, but we're probably going to need a way to get that coal back. So let's say it's going to take 3 weeks to build this, and then we need to spend
So
some time.
so you're thinking of a 3-week project to build a forge near town.
Yes.
Does anybody have any problems with that time frame? Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds good to me.
I'm wondering if it should.
Well, you're not allowed to weigh in on the project. It's his project. The only thing you're
Yeah.
allowed to weigh in on is, does the time frame seem reasonable? Because
Oh, the time
he
frame.
gets to, right, he gets to define the project.
Okay. I'm just was going to weigh on the location of the project, but
Nope.
3 weeks seems a reasonable time.
Okay, so go ahead and draw that forge on the map somewhere, and we can put the number 3 next to it. And then, Bill, you're going to get a card.
Scribble.
All right, Bill. 6 of hearts.
6 of hearts. Are there children in your community? If there are, what is their role in the community? Or how old are the eldest members of your community? What special needs do they have? Oh, oh goodness.
And you can take a little bit of time. Don't feel too pressured to go too fast or anything.
There are children in the community. They are predominantly teenagers. The nature of the apocalypse has precluded the rampant reproduction, and although there have been a few young children born over the years, maybe enough to barely keep the community going,
Okay.
the
So you're basically
dominant
answering the first
youth
question, which
is in
is,
the teenage
are there children, and there are, teenagers, but it's a fairly light amount of, you don't have a wealth of children,
yeah.
right? And if there are, so what is their role in the community? And the reason I'm kind of cutting you off, I did that on purpose, because again, with each of these questions, you have like a couple of statements, but they don't want you to go too far. Now, again, depending on how you play this game, you can, if you're playing this with your friends, and everybody loves to expound and has creative, cool ideas, then by all means, just kind of do it. But the only reason I'm cutting you off is because, by the rules of the game, they actually want you to keep it kind of short and sweet. That way it fits in the time frame, but it also means that everybody's kind of contributing like an equal amount of little bits of stuff, right?
Okay.
So,
Their contribution is to be what teenagers tend to be.
Annoying.
Groundbreakers, rule breakers. They are exploring crystal areas that no one else would care to explore, that type of thing. They are progressing. They're the rock and rollers of the community.
Nice. Cool. All right. And then you can go ahead and do your action. Wow, Andrew, you're becoming a drawing wizard. Share
I would
this
like to have a
with the world.
discussion about this cart that someone discovered in the abandoned base or whatever, and
Cart.
the possibility of relocating the community to take advantage of this defensible position.
Right.
She discovered a cart, but maybe she discovered much more than just a cart.
So are you can do a discovery where you draw what you discovered, or you can do a project if you're trying to adjust or fix something or whatever.
I'd like to have a discussion about what everyone thinks of possibly relocating the community to this manufactured cave.
Okay. So you can either start with a statement or start with a question. If you start with a question, you'll get to say the last word. If you start with a statement, then in this case, Andrew will get the last word.
The person who discovered the card, I don't remember if it was man or woman, brings it back and she explains where it's come from. And one of the community leaders says that we need to move the community to this defensible position.
Referring to that cave.
Is temporary at best.
Okay. John? This is a discussion.
I agree, and it would make sense to be closer to our resources in the mine.
There's a reason we don't live there. People have disappeared in that mine.
We have a perfectly good wall and a perfectly good forge and a perfectly good life here in the valley, and we know better than to live where the outsiders are and live amongst the dangerous parts of the world.
Okay. So that's our discussion. Because Bill started with a statement, it ends on Andrew. Now, whenever you have a discussion, no action is taken yet. However, any of us can decide to start taking action, like doing projects to move the community. Even if 3 of us said we don't want to move it, and one person said, I'm moving it, during their turn, they can take action to make a project to move it, and then we can discuss that. So, Bill, it's still your turn, right? Oh, wait, so projects went down 1, right? So
yes.
Our forge is down to 2 weeks, and then we'll go ahead to action.
So what is my action now?
I thought his action was the discussion.
That was the action. I'm sorry. My bad. For some reason, I tied it in with the card. So yes, you did your action, which was the discussion. So now we move on
I made a statement. Andrew has the final decision.
He had the final say in the matter. It's not a final decision. What Andrew says, the rest of the tribe can decide to go along with or not. Right, so whoever makes goes next or you on your next turn, you can start a project which moves the town, for example.
Okay.
He just gets to say the final word, and that means now we move on to the next person. So you don't get to have a response because you started with a statement.
Okay.
So 4 of hearts. This is going to be for John.
What important and basic tools does the community lack, or where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things? I'm going to say the second one, where we're storing the food. And I think we have another small hut nearby.
A ziggurat?
No, not quite. And it's risky because it's kind of just open. There's nothing really protecting it. So, like, animals and stuff can get in and just steal our food.
What little we have. Sure, draw that on the map. You can always assign the drawing to somebody else, I suppose. Like in the real world, it's easier for everyone to draw it, but you know, and with this silly little tool. So is that the little square?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Project gets knocked down 1 more week, so our forge is 1 week away. And what action do you want to take, John?
I'm going to start a project. I'm going to say that some people really want to explore that cave of technology or whatever it is. And I'm going to say that's going to take 2 weeks.
And what are they exploring it to do? What's the end result of this project?
They're looking for something that we might be able to use, maybe to defend ourselves from the other communities.
Okay, so the project is looking for weapons in the old technology cave.
Sure.
Cool. So put a little project die. But now what do we think as far as the amount of time? Does 2 weeks sound good?
No, I mean, it took a week to get to the crystalline caves and a week back. It's about just as far, and that's without foraging over the river. I think it's going to be probably 3 weeks there and back, and then a week to explore.
So you're looking at about 4 weeks?
I
would probably
4.
agree with that. I think that if it was that easy to find useful stuff, we would have done it before.
Yeah.
So I think part of the problem is it's a big investment in time. So I'm down with 4. What do you think, Bill?
Well, it doesn't involve climbing a mountain, so maybe 3.
So what does everybody think? 3 weeks work?
Yeah, but what we're losing and not climbing a mountain, we're gaining and crossing a river.
Crossing a river. I think that's fair.
Keep in mind, this is not a stream. This is a pretty big river.
True.
True.
And it's spring, which means it's not quite as frozen as it is during the rest of the year.
It may be pretty rushing because things have started to melt.
Yeah. So is 4 weeks sounding a little more reasonable?
Yeah, sure. Let's call it 4 weeks.
So John, you cool with that? 4 weeks?
Okay, yeah.
All right. 4 weeks. Cool. So now it's back to me. And we're almost done with spring, so this gives you a sense of how long the game takes. You know, depending on how quickly you start going through the round. So
Yeah.
I've got the King of Hearts. A young boy starts digging in the ground and discovers something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done? It's the old man. So there's the old man, which is the prior chief, and he comes into the center of the village, and he confesses, it was I, when I was the leader, the people didn't disappear down the stream. I sold them off to the other village in protection so they wouldn't attack us.
Gas.
That's what he confesses anyways.
Monster.
And then so now an action. I'm going to say some of the... let's see, we've got a project going up there. Okay, I'm going to hold the discussion. The question is going to be, what do we do with the old chief? Starts with Andrew.
An example needs to be made of both him and his family. We must either sacrifice them or exile them.
All right, Bill.
Oh. The chief's admission reveals the emissary from the other community is a liar. He didn't discover our community from the waste or whatever that's coming down from our community. He's spying to determine how to attack us. So we treat the old chief with respect for coming forward and protecting us from this threat.
Cool. John?
I say exile the chief, but his family is fine. They had nothing to do with it.
Ooh. And I'll speak for some of the members of his family. He should be praised. He saved the village. We might all owe our lives to the chief, the ex-chief.
Chief of douchebaggery.
That's right. And the reason I get to say a last statement is because I started with a question.
Yeah.
But that's the end of my turn, which was a discussion. We count down our project. It looks like so we have 2 projects, right? So our exploration goes down 1, and one of our projects completes. Tell us what happens. That was yours, right, Andrew?
That was the forge. It is now fully operational.
Ooh. Fully operational forge. Nice. Now we need steel.
We have steel in abundance.
We
do
have
in the hills, yes. Oh, we do have steel in abundance. You're right. I forgot that was our abundant resource. So we just didn't have fuel and heat and things. Cool.
Yeah,
so you're right.
Turning it we're putting it into forms that we can now use.
That might take a little bit of, trial and error. That might take some time in a project. But you're right. We have steel in abundance. So what do we do next? It is going to be Andrew's turn. Woo. And this is the last card of spring, which is the 5 of Hearts.
The 5 of Hearts. There's a disquieting legend about this place. What is it? Or alarming weather and patterns destroy something. How and what?
Ooh.
Okay, so this place refers to the map or to our village?
Yeah, kind of to the map. You can. It's kind of up to you to interpret it. So when it's saying it refers to this place, it could be kind of in general around us in the map. It could be the valley. It could be the village.
I'm not going to make a decision about that. I'm going to say that there is an alarming weather pattern. It is a very, very heavy rain. And you said we're almost on summer?
Yes.
Yeah, so that rain is not as cold as it used to be, and it has completely destroyed our snow wall.
Ooh, yes. So the snow wall is gone. I'm going to delete it. And normally you wouldn't delete, like if you're playing this live in person and you had a map, you wouldn't really erase it necessarily. You might draw
Like
something
a
that showed it.
scribble over it or something.
Right, something, whatever. Like when something gets destroyed, you can kind of, I don't know, graphicize it. Anyway, so what is your, so that was the weather pattern. Now the project counts down 1, so we only have 2 weeks left for our weapon exploration in the hills, and now you get to take your action.
I am saying that the chief must face the music, but our village has need of him. He has unscrupulous diplomatic skills, and we find ourselves in a bind. So we are going to start a project of sending him to the village of the allies of the crystalline monsters to see if they will, if we can convince them to band with us against the lake folk.
Okay, so he's being sent as a diplomat. Cool. So let's put a little dotted line or something over there. And how many weeks do we think that'll take for him to get there on the other side of the mountain where that village is, diplomatize with them, and hopefully make a return?
I'm saying probably in the magnitude of 5 weeks.
What do you guys think?
That's exactly the number that I had in my head.
I'm cool with that, John.
That sounds about right.
Okay, cool. So yeah, put 5 weeks there. And I lied. There was one more card of spring. I don't know why I didn't see it. So this.
Well then I want to change my turn.
You didn't say. Liar. So this would be Bill's Bill's card, which is the last spring, which is 2 of hearts.
2 of hearts.
Yes.
There's a large body of water on the map. Where is it? What does it look like? Or there's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it? Why is it abandoned?
And obviously, if you're going with the large body of water, it'll be a new large body of water, none of the existing ones.
Oh, here's a thought. I don't know if it would be allowed, but this lake, because of the heavy rains that we just had, suddenly expands.
Sure.
Consuming this community and making them more desperate instead of being a community that we would fend off with tributes. They are now going to become aggressive to take over our community because theirs was destroyed.
So I'm going to stop you because you're starting to go too far down the road. But I love your enthusiasm, and I think it's a great idea. So yeah, and what you've done here is instead of creating a new body of water, you've kind of adjusted the existing body of water, which I think totally. We can do whatever we want. It's a game, but I think that's valid, right? The main thing is they want you to change the map in some significant way, which you've done. So the lake has grown, and it's kind of taken over this other community, and it looks like they're going to be in desperate straits. We'll see what happens with that shortly. So that was your card. Now you can take an action as well, or have a discussion, or start a project.
The expansion of the river means that the ability to get our newly discovered resources has been curtailed, so we need to build a bridge instead of using a ford that was once there.
Cool, so the project is building a bridge.
And that was going to be my project, regardless of whether or not the rain happened. That was going to be the next thing I was going to say. So that's amazing.
Cool. All right, so go ahead and draw that bridge where we're trying to create the bridge, or whatever that is.
I think that is a 4-week project?
I'm gonna say, well, I mean, we have lots of steel, but we I'm just the river's wider, so that's a concern. But I think 4 weeks that's reasonable to me. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we're not building like a suspension bridge or anything. It's
Right.
just something kind of basic to maybe get a cart over. I mean, we're not driving semis or anything, so I think 4 weeks should be fine.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So put a little 4 next to there then.
Oh, and when he went, everything ticked down.
That's right. Cool. And now John gets to be the first week of summer. So summer's diamonds. And
You better not draw my card.
the 9 of diamonds.
Is that your card?
No,
Yep,
it's
well, what's
almost my card.
Okay.
A project fails. Which one? Why? Or something goes foul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity. Okay. I'm going to go with a project failing.
Okay.
And it's going to be the chief on his diplomatic mission.
Okay. What
And
happens?
Well, as he was going up the mountain to the village, the giant robotic spiders, or whatever they are, killed him on sight.
Cool. All right. A project's failed. So we can go ahead and delete that. And now you get to take your action. Discover, discussion, or project.
I'm going to discover something new.
Okay.
And it is going to be a few warriors from the lake village coming our way.
The lake village.
Yes.
And here's our village. Just for the users at home. Crystalline structures and people who live with giant spider things. And a bridge to ford the river. Cool. All right, so draw us, yeah. So how did you describe that again?
Some warriors from the lake village coming our way.
Oh no, that's not good. That's a
No.
discovery. That's a bad discovery. All right, cool. Let's see who's next. That's me. So Jack of Diamonds.
Okay, we're still good.
Wait,
Jack.
isn't it Andrew? I thought you. Andrew
Oh wait, wasn't that John's turn?
Yeah, that was John.
Yeah.
So he did he answered the
I
card, which is a project failed, and then he did his action, which is.
The discovery.
Did we
Right.
do the countdowns for the projects?
Yeah, we didn't. So you're right.
Okay.
But does that make sense, Bill?
I thought it was Andrew, you, and then me, then
No.
John.
No,
Andrew,
it's me, you, John,
Yeah.
Combs.
Okay, I'm misremembering then. Never mind.
It's all right. I know how it is, old man. All right, so
But memory's the second thing to go when you get old. I don't remember what the first thing is.
nice. Well played, sir. Yeah, so project, one of them floats down. So the bridge is down to 3, right? Because that was the project that Bill had started. And then how does our search for weapons ends up? Isn't that also yours, John?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Describe to us the outcome of that one.
Whoops. That was a mild success. We found some weapons, but not enough to properly defend ourselves.
Some better than nothing. This might be just in time.
Now, if I could actually... There we go.
All right, so we found some weapons. Cool. Anything else to add?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah. So that's me, Jack of Diamonds. I didn't steal Andrew's card. That's important, I think. Oh, which reminds me, there's one mechanic we haven't mentioned yet, which is called contempt. I bring it up because I guess I don't want to get Andrew's contempt. If any of us ever have, for example, an objection to something that's happening, for example, let's say we had a discussion and everyone said they want to move the village, but I was adamant that I didn't, and then somebody starts a project to move the village anyways, I can basically put down kind of like a token, which is a point of contempt. And it doesn't really have too huge of a mechanical benefit, but it is a way of you being able to express that members of the tribe are dissatisfied with some of the way things are going, and you can act on that later. So if you do become dissatisfied about how somebody's reacting, let me know and we can discuss. So my card says, predators and bad omens are afoot. You are careless, and someone goes missing under ominous circumstances. Who? Or, predators and bad omens are still afoot. What measures do you take to keep everybody safe and under surveillance? Do not reduce project dice this week. So I'm going to do the second one. How do we keep ourselves safe? Right now, everyone in the tribe is starting to freak out. There are mechanical spiders killing our diplomats. There are soldiers on their way, but we've had a mild success of some weapons, so we arm up, we hole up, and we abandon our bridge project temporarily while we make sure that the village is protected. We start sending out some local patrols and things like that. So, the downside is projects don't continue. Not this week anyways. But, we feel like we're safe. So that was the card. Now it's time to, normally we would decrement the weeks, but we won't do that this week because we're busy.
Decrement, fancy word.
What was that?
Decrement, such a fancy word.
I'm a pretty fancy individual, as you can tell. And then I get my action. The action is we're going to start. No. Yes, we're going to start a new project. The new project is some of the teenagers in the community wanting to prove themselves are not content with staying in the village and protecting it. They think it's time to go and meet the warriors, on their own turf. Now, they think that the best way to do this is to go and surprise attack them, maybe in their own village or whatever. So they're going to go and surprise attack the other village's warriors. How long do you think it'll take them to go around and surprise attack? Find where these guys are now. I'm not talking about the warriors coming straight to us. They want to go find the village, what's left of it, and destroy it. How long do you think it'll take them to find that?
5 weeks.
I mean, we don't know where they are. There's a bit of travel time. We're hoping to find them. So maybe I'll change the project. We want to find out where their new village is, so we can take advantage of that. So we just want to find out where they're holed up. Do you still think that's 5 weeks?
They're scouting?
Yeah, they're basically, a couple of the teenagers are going out scouting to try to find, that village, the lake town.
I'd probably reduce that down to 4.
Okay.
If not 3.
I'm down with 3. You guys?
I'll go with 3.
Cool. And
if they're just scouting.
yeah. We just want to get information about.
They're young. They don't sleep.
That's right. They're made out of rubber. Here, I'll change this to what? Red. How do you do this dotted line? There it is. Sweet. Look at that. So they're going around to scout that area. And we're saying it'll take, what, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, where's this line? I want to reduce the size of that box. It's making me uncomfortable. Cool. All right. So that was that. Cool. Who's next?
That
That
would
was
be me.
Yep. So you get the 10 of diamonds. Is that your card?
No.
No. Okay.
It's close though.
Ooh, this looks fun.
So it's discover a cache of supplies or resources, add a new abundance, or a scarcity has gone addressed for too long. Start a project that will alleviate that scarcity.
Ooh.
And we haven't been addressing our scarcity.
No,
of
we
food.
have not. So remember, our scarcity, we have a scarcity of love.
Which I really want to address, but I mean, we're in the middle of a war.
We've got a scarcity of chicken and heat.
You must have free-range chickens roaming the plains.
I think we should buckle down on the heat. As much as I love chickens, if we got the heat, we got the ore, we have the forge. We need the bridge is almost ready. We need to start getting that ore back here.
All right. So you want to address the scarcity of heat. What's a project that will help with that issue?
We need to start mining.
Okay.
And so we need to go there and back again.
So I think we need to redouble our efforts on the bridge.
Well, I have a feeling that the people are going to go there, help out with the bridge, and then the bridge people and then these miners are going to go collect and come back.
Well, let me put it this way. Maybe we can think of it as somebody goes out to the mountains to mine the stuff, and hopefully by the time they're back, the bridge will be there to help them get across.
Yes.
Okay,
So why don't we do a project?
Mine operations.
So why don't we do a project which is the mining operations? How long it'll take to get the mining stuff ready, but it doesn't involve bringing it back yet. We'll have to wait on that one. So how long do we think that's going to take to go up, send some people up there, and for them to mine the stuff and just be ready to bring it back?
Mine it or make it more efficient to mine it?
Well, enough so that whatever they do, like let's say they get enough coal, if they succeed in this project, then we will address our scarcity of heat.
Yeah.
Now, if they succeed in it, but they haven't brought the heat back, that means we don't have the heat in the village, but they have succeeded in reducing the scarcity of heat. All we have to do is transport it to the village, if that's what we want to do. So how long will it take to send people up to the mines and have them, you know, deal with our heat problem?
I would say 4 weeks.
Exactly the number I was thinking.
Let's do it.
And I changed our sun to yellow because it's summer.
Sure. It's about to go back into its 8 months of winter phase soon, so yeah. Enjoy it while you can. Temperature is climbing all the way up to like 40, 45.
That's like beach weather right there.
It is. I mean, we've got a much larger ocean now in the middle of our valley.
Cool.
Okay. So, and if you want, you can draw like a little, I don't know, do they have symbols for like a pick? Probably not. They have little arrows.
I'll whip something up.
Okay, cool. That was your card, but you still have an action.
We're gonna make a discovery. And since we're solving this scarcity, the discovery is that I'm not sure if I want to tie that together. I'm going to have a discussion. I'm going to pose a question. The question is going to be, what is our next course of action once we discover the location of the lake village?
This is discussion. What is the next course of action after we discover the lake village? All right. So, Bill, you start.
We have sent out scouts. We have discovered new weapons. With these new weapons we've discovered, we're going to train our warriors on how to use them.
Okay. John?
The problem is we don't have enough weapons, so I think we should get or make more.
I think we can take them. They don't even have weapons.
I think abandoning diplomacy so soon is a fool's errand.
Okay. The tribe has spoken for what good that's going to do. All right. Bill, it's your turn.
Alrighty, what is my card?
You've
Can
got
we trust that you have properly randomized these cards, or
yes.
using them for your own personal devices?
I did it for my own personal devices. I shuffled them the best I could. But this is kind of what's cool about the game, though. Obviously, once you've played it, like you look down that list, and the order in which these questions come up are always going to be different every time, and so everyone's going to get, in a different set of questions, right? And if you play with different players, like who knows what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, I kind of like how they did it. But they still separate it into seasons. So spring, you've definitely got a sense of like, oh, we're building things, and there's a little bit of hope going on here. And then summer rolls around, and it's like, there's some things that happen that are good, but then, oh, oops, something gets destroyed, or something fails, and as we continue, things don't necessarily get better. So
I just really want my card.
2 of diamond, is that your card? No, right?
2 of diamonds. Someone new. Oh, hold on. I am in summer. Okay. Someone new arrives. Who? Why are they in distress? Or someone leaves the community. Who? What are they looking for? I'm going to go with someone leaves the community, and I'm going to say that the prior discussion over whether or not the community should relocate to this artificial cave that was discovered or stay where they are at the plane has caused a rift in the community, and a portion of the community is deciding that they should relocate, while the other portion is adamant that they stay where they're at.
So your immediate answer to someone leaves the community, who and what are they looking for, is a group of people, a big group of disgruntled people who have different ideas, and they're looking for a different place to make residence, right?
They're going to go into the
mine,
artificial cave that was discovered that had the carts.
Okay, so some people have left and have gone up there. Cool. All right, it's your action now. Oh wait, everything needs to time down as far as our tasks, our projects.
I need to write down these ideas I have, because now that it's my turn to have a discussion, I forgot what I thought was a brilliant idea to discuss like 10 minutes ago.
Well, the tribe is fickle, and it moves on. So what's going to be your action?
The discussion is, okay, a portion of the community has left. Have the critical skills gone to the new location,
So
or
you're
have
holding it.
they
So
stayed with
hold
the
on.
original task?
Hold on. Let me stop you. Are you holding a discussion?
Yes.
So a discussion starts with a statement or a question.
The
So
question is, have the critical skills to sustain the community gone with the new location, stayed with the old location, or are sufficiently split that both can be maintained?
okay, cool. So that's the question. John, you start.
I think we can hold our own.
I mean, I know Billy Job Bo was pretty good at the steel work, but I've been watching him. Can't be that hard.
Bunch of cowards left. Cowards have no skills. They left because they couldn't defend themselves. We have lost nothing of value.
And Bill, it's your final word.
The old community is stronger than the new community, but the new community has potential.
Okay. So that's the end of that discussion. Next is John's turn.
I
Right?
swear to God, John.
Why don't you tell me your card?
No, I don't want to
Jinx it.
sway this one way or another.
All right.
Is that your card?
Ace of Diamond.
Whew.
All right. Go ahead, John.
A contingent within the community demand to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? Or a contingent within the community have acted on their frustrations. What have they damaged, and why did they damage it? Is it permanent?
That's kind of a reverse order, but okay.
Did anybody count down their tasks last turn?
Oh,
I thought
this one.
I thought the bridge and the scouting were both at 3.
Oh no,
Yeah.
yeah. Exactly.
I think the scouting was one ahead, right? I think the bridge is supposed to go down to 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Because mine was the mining was at 4, and I moved it down to 3. And I didn't want to count you guys down, and then you guys count you guys down.
Right.
But I wanted to make sure it got done.
Yep.
Okay. Now we can hand it back to John.
Quick question: can the contingent be from the part of the community that left?
Well, let's read it. It says, contingent within the community demand to be heard. Sure. The groups that left is still part of our community at this point. We don't really have 2 separate sets of communities formed yet. Even though, because remember, we were answering a question, you know. But if we want people to actually, like, let's say we want the community to have a fully established function over in the mines, we would probably create like a project for it. Like, you know, a certain number of the community moves to the mine. That would probably be a project, I think. At this point, maybe a couple of people have gone up there because we answered that question, but it's a couple of people. I would say you can use them as the contingent.
Okay, cool. Then I am going to go with the second one. They damaged something.
Okay.
And I'm going to say they damaged our efforts on the bridge.
Ooh. Okay.
Because they don't want us coming after them.
Oh. So in this case, now we can't say that. Well, how do we want it to adjudicate it? Do we want the bridge project to be failed, and it would have to be restarted, or do we want to extend the amount of time that the bridge project will take?
I would say extend, because part of the length of time that we included was the travel So even if they sabotaged the bridge, I mean, the people are already there.
Right.
That's where my mind was at, extending the time.
Okay. How many weeks do we think it'll be extended?
I mean, we kind of planned for it to be 2 weeks of build time, so I would say just 1.
John, what do you think?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, they didn't have extensive tools or whatever to damage it.
Sure. Okay, so they slowed down the project a little bit. So let's change it to 3. Bill, do you have a problem with that?
I'm just wondering if they sent the whole damn thing downstream and have to start over again. And maybe now that they're building a wooden bridge, they got the easy wood expended, and now it's gone downstream, and now it's going to be more difficult to harvest acceptable wood to rebuild.
Right.
And maybe it even goes longer. Instead of 2 weeks, maybe it goes 3.
I'm willing to change it from 2 weeks left to 4 weeks left, so it added 2 weeks to the project.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Andrew, I'm going to ask you a question. Did you move your camera somewhere? It's closer, or your mic? It's closer to, I think, you're typing. I've heard a lot of background noise coming from there.
I really haven't been typing, but
or whatever. There was some kind of background, almost like, I don't know what it was.
Have we been documenting the excursion to scout the other community?
Yes.
Have we been monitoring? Yeah.
Okay.
So in this case, John just went with the contingent, right?
Yeah.
So they messed up the bridge thing, but now everything gets to count down. So I'm going to do the scouting is only 1 week left. The mining goes down to 2, right?
Yep.
What about the other one? Do we think that, are we in agreement that we basically added 2 weeks to the project, so it can still count down to 3, because it would have been
Yeah.
1. Okay, cool. So we're all agreed there. Okay, so then John, you get your action.
I'm going to hold a discussion.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask the community if we should also go to war with the separatists since they damaged our bridge.
Good question. So you asked a question, so I'm going to start, and then you'll get to go last. They're no longer tribe members. As soon as we manufacture steel, we can test it on them first, traders.
This is an opportunity. This is a 2 birds with 1 stone. We have appeased the lake people by giving them members of our tribe. And we have members that we no longer wish to remain among us. If we capture them, perhaps we can use them as tribute.
Oh wow, yeah, they have definitely separated us from our chief resource. So cut off from coal and the new weapons, we are in a vulnerable position, and we need to correct that.
All right, John, last words?
I think we have too many enemies at the moment, and we can't afford to go after a new one.
Cool. All right, so that's our discussion. Next is my turn. All right.
Just to be clear, with
Yes.
him having the final word, is that how it goes? Does someone stand up in the community, and then maybe there's a general uprising in the community of oh, we need to go after this, and there's a leader who comes forward and says,
Not
no.
necessarily. So with the final word doesn't say what the end result is. It doesn't get to discover something new on the map. It doesn't get to create a project. It doesn't get to you're not changing the story so much. This is just a discussion. So this was a way for the community to voice its concerns in different factions of the community, but nothing necessarily comes out of it. So when I say the final word, it's not like, oh, he gets to determine what the result of the discussion was. He just gets to say a final set of statements. That's all.
Yeah. And he's putting forth the topic, and he also gets to... His answer is informed by what all the other three people say.
Right.
Whereas if you make the statement, you could try and steer it one way, and everyone else just kind of goes off and says, no, let's forget about the outbreak.
And I think Andrew summarized it perfectly there. Like, that's really what the mechanic is giving you. You as the discussion setter, you have no idea what the other people are going to say, or what they might kind of pseudo-introduce by saying stuff. So you're either starting with an ambiguous question and then you get a final statement, or you can start with a very strong statement, but they get to kind of take it where they take it. So, but there's no necessarily end result or something. Is that your card? 3 of diamonds.
No, we're still fine.
So do you have like a card in each suit that you like or something?
There's one thing I really want to do, and there's a card that allows me to do it.
Oh, got it. So it is the specific question on the card, not...
Yes.
Okay, got it. So you're not just... You have some weird, like...
No.
Anyways. All right,
I'm going to step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, do we want to take a short break? Like bathroom break, whatever, bio break, that kind of shit?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
Grab another drink.
Yeah. All right. I'll be back. I don't know how we do mute and things. Okay.
I have returned.
Okay, I am back.
I am as well.
I have relocated to a room where I'm less likely to wake the house up.
Not waking the entire house up is good.
I'm so excited about the prospect of being able to do this.
Back. Everyone back?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Cool. Got my nuts. All right. Who are we at? Oh, is it me?
I believe so.
Yeah. So 3 diamond. Summer is a time for production and tending to the earth. Start a project related to food production. Or, summer is a time for conquest and the gathering of might. Start a project related to military readiness and conflict. Conquest. You know what? I would love to start a project for military conquest. But guys, I am so hungry. We haven't had food for weeks, not real food. And you know what time it is? The sun has just come through the clouds. It's like some of the warmest days. And all of a sudden, all the flowers come up. And there's fruit to be gathered. And we've got to gather it now. This is like our 1 week to do so. I want to start a project of gathering the fruit which is bloomed in the middle of the summer.
And we did initially start with planting food, you know. We never came back to that.
Oh yeah, what happened to that? Wasn't that like a little farm? Did we have a project?
We never made a project.
I don't know if we had
Yeah.
a project. We just said, what are we doing to begin with? And we thought, yeah, grow food.
The project was the hunting. at
Yeah,
the
there was the
very-
hunting project.
the start of the season to kill off some predators.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's predators?
Birds and
They took
free
the
range.
top off?
So I want a project to gather the short-term fruit that are growing these couple weeks. How long do we think that'll take?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks is good.
We have a fruity flowers. Oops. And this drawing tool is horrible. There's our fruity flowers. Nutritious
Beautiful.
flowers. All right, so that was my card. And my action is going to be... Oh, sorry, we have to do countdown.
Do-do-do-do.
That's
We
right.
have discovered the enemy's
Fortress.
new village location.
We have. And in fact, it should have been a much faster discovery because their new location is on this side of the lake. But it took us a while because we were afraid they were going to see us. But we finally got back and we've now informed everyone of the new location. It's much closer to our tribe. That could be worrying. So that's the end of that project. We're going to start a new project. Some people in the tribe, some teenagers that, again, are overzealous, want to sneak attack on this tribe. They want to go. They want to go at night and attack the tribe. Make an impression on them. How long will it take to go and do that? What do you think? 2 weeks? More?
2 weeks.
For sneak attack, we know where that.
2 weeks is good. They're pretty close.
So, I mean, the attack's only going to be a day.
Right. So,
Travel time.
you know, get the material, go up there, wait in ambush, and then attack. And come back. 2 weeks. All right, cool. I'm gonna hand it over then. Who's next?
Me.
Is that your card? 7 of diamond?
Is it my card? I just accidentally closed. I don't think it is. I think it's the 8. But let's find out. 7. Nope. Introduce a mystery at the edge of the map. An unattended situation becomes problematic and scary. What is it? How does it go awry? Man, it's been a really long time since we paid any attention to the spiders and the third village.
Exactly what I was thinking.
The problem is that that crystalline structure just crumbled and is tumbled down off the mountain. And in its place, a giant tower has been risen.
Gasp.
There's a very large fire at the top of the tower that you can see even at night.
Grim.
Double gasp.
And
All right.
some of those, the 8-legged predators have been seen probably by our attack squad. They probably have noticed them. And by our gatherers picking fruit.
Triple gasp.
So we're just going to move that guy right there into the middle of the fray. Move that down.
You can take your action.
My action is going to be a discovery. And we are going to discover a tribe of nomads.
Well, that's out of left field. Intriguing.
They're a tribe of nomads from the south, and some of the gatherers discovered them at the very southern tip of the map, and we will have little nomads in a second.
All right, cool. So that's a discovery. Next is going to be Bill's turn. Oh wait, did we count down our projects? I don't think we did.
Our mining operation is complete.
Woohoo!
Who set that one up?
That was me.
Cool. So what's the result?
The result is that was the scarcity. So now we have an abundance of heat. Now we just need to get it back to the village.
And the bridge goes to 3.
Yes.
Cool. So I changed it so we have an abundance of heat and steel.
So we have people in the. I can't metagame like that. Never mind.
And this changes to 1 as well, right? Change the size of this stupid box. Ugh. All right. So now it's Bill's turn. Did I give you a card yet? No, right?
No, not yet.
So 4 of diamond.
A 4 of diamonds. The eldest among you dies. What caused the death? Or the eldest amongst you is very sick. Caring for them and searching for a cure requires the help of an entire community. Do not reduce project dice this week. The eldest amongst you dies because of a sneak attack from the lake community.
Bastards.
As our folks were going to sneak attack them, they sent a party to sneak attack us, and in the process killed our eldest member.
Sadness.
Everyone.
All right. What's your? So we reduce our project. So one of them is the food. And what I'm going to say is not only did we we fed ourselves. Part of it was that food was we had to gather that food, in this short time sensitive manner. And so now we have enough fruit that can be dried that attracts the chickens. So maybe we can use this as the chicken feed. Don't know when that's going to happen. The other project was the sneak attack. That was also mine, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
the result is we killed a lot of their people. And we were kind of surprised that there were so few of them there. But when we get back to the village, we find out why there were so few of them there, because obviously we didn't realize they were going to sneak attack us as well. So now we're in full conflict. All right, so that was mine. Sorry, so it's still Bill's action,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
I'm going to start a project of a diplomatic mission to our severed folks who have set up a new community in the mine and old artificial base area to basically forge a community with these people who had gone their own way and say, we're all facing a big threat. We need to work together. We all have common roots.
Cool. How long will that take, this diplomatic
2 weeks.
mission?
2 weeks?
What do you guys think? 2 weeks sound good?
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a week to travel each way, maybe?
So yeah, maybe 3 for a week of discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 weeks.
I'll say 3 because there was talk before about killing them and sending them off as tribute. So
I'm not convinced that's not going to happen.
right. All right. So 3 weeks. Cool.
How do I make
All right.
that a deadline?
Where is it? Under the where is that?
Where's what?
Oh, to the right, like when you click on the line to the right of it, of the drawing tools, there's like a couple drop-down arrows that change like the thickness or the color.
I see.
And I put a little frowny face to remind us where they are. Oh shit, they're by the cart. No, we got the cart. We brought the cart back to town. It's just not working.
Did we bring the cart back to town?
I thought we did.
We brought it back,
Okay.
but it needs repairs.
Got it.
So, anybody
Cool.
mind if I move the cart?
Oh, I don't mind. So now it's going to be John's turn, and it's the Queen of Diamonds.
Oh, thank God.
A project finishes early. Which one? Why? If there are no projects underway, boredom leads to quarrel. A fight breaks out between 2 people. What is it about? We have projects. I'm going to say the bridge is finished early because a bunch of our community went out to help the bridge people because we want to get the diplomatic people over there.
All right, motivated. So I'll delete that. So it looks like the bridge is complete. Cool. We count down the other projects. So right now we just have the diplomacy project, which goes down to 2 weeks.
So the bridge finished on time, despite their sabotage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. Wonder how that all plays out.
And for my action,
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm going to discover something new.
Okay.
And it is going to be some emissaries from the spider people coming our way.
Emissaries. Interesting. It's got to turn out good, right?
Everybody's converging on us. What could possibly go wrong?
All right. So who's next? That's me. I've got a 5 of diamond. Oh, well, look at that. A project finishes early. What led to its early completion? Or the weather is nice and people can feel the potential all around them. Start a new project. I'm going to say that this project of diplomacy ends early. It ends early because the people come running back. Part of the reason it ended early is because the bridge was finished so quickly that travel time was decreased, and part of it was because they found nobody there.
Interesting.
Okay.
So no one was at the mine. It's a mystery so far.
Wait, at the mine or at the bunker?
The bunker, sorry. Not the mine, the bunker. Correct. Right. Wait, why are you making this difficult? Oh my god.
No.
Ugh. Help. Stop. What happened?
Oh dear.
Oh, good lord. Oh, here. Perfect.
The bridge has been swallowed. Oh god.
There we go. Okay. So people have gone missing. Then I get an action. Ah. There has been a new discovery. There is a piece of machinery that is turned on at the bunker. We don't know what it is. We don't know if it's related to the missing people. There, I'll draw that little piece of electricity. That's some kind of machinery is turned on. All right, who's next? That's Andrew.
Yes.
The laughing one. 6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds is outsiders arrived in the area. Why, and are they a threat? How are they vulnerable?
Not why and are they a threat. Why are they
Why
a
are
threat?
they a threat? Yeah. How are they vulnerable? Outsiders arrive in the area. How many? How are they greeted?
We did have nomads not too
Yeah.
long ago.
Wow, there's a lot of nomads going on. Nomads first, now outsiders. It's a lot of people. Given the fact that we have a scarcity of food, that makes me a little nervous. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm talking too much.
I'm gonna say the outsiders arriving in the area. They're the third village, the Spider-Men. They have finally reached our are meager fortifications. But they are vulnerable because they're a threat because they have killed everyone that we've sent. But they're vulnerable. They don't seem to be active either during the day or the night. They only seem to be awake at dawn and dusk.
Okay, draw them on the map.
I just moved the little spider closer to the
Oh,
village.
okay. Now, this one did say outsiders arrive in the area. I think normally they mean like you're adding something new versus using something that's already existing. But I'm okay with it either way. So you can kind of leave it at that. The only reason I bring it up, yeah.
I'm fine with adding something new just because they were coming already.
Right.
But
I would
don't
do
think
that.
there is.
And
I don't think there's a. Go on.
I was just gonna say that I think that's one of the aspects of the game, and I might be reading into it a bit much, but whenever in a similar way to the actions, right? The actions are very specific and they're driven around adding something to the map or a project with a number, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Like with these cards and these questions, when it says outsiders arrive in the area, you're basically doing a discover something new, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times these cards are kind of giving you a little bit of that action power, a specific action, and then you also get your whatever you want action. So the way I kind of read it is it's like a discover something new. You do need to add something to the map.
Sure, then I'm going to say that these nomads lied to us. They're not nomads. They are refugees. And they were on the run from a powerful faction who has now caught up with them.
Gasp.
That's triple gasp for that one.
How many? 300.
Whoa, that's a lot.
And how are they greeted? By us, warmly. By them, not so much.
Okay. Cool. And then now, we don't have any currently going projects, so now it's your turn, your action.
So we do have a problem that I want to address.
Uh-huh.
That is, the year is... We're already at midsummer.
Right.
We're getting
almost
very
at the
close.
End of summer.
And, I mean, we've been dealing with food. We've been dealing with materials.
Yes.
There's one thing we haven't been dealing with, and that is matters of the heart.
Yes.
We have all these new people, and one thing that is very beneficial to a society is gene flow.
Well,
So
I mean, you have an action, so you're going to either discover something new, hold a discussion,
I think
or a love project.
See, I don't know if seducing outsiders is a project or a discussion or a discovery.
Well, it depends on how you do it. So, for example, to take the question quite seriously, like as far as the game mechanics, right? You have got 3 options. You can discover something new about somebody or something, which can lead to some dealing with the love question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, maybe it's discovered that some of these outsiders are actually friendly, and you can draw friendly outsiders. Or you can discover, it doesn't have to be friendly, it could be whatever it is. So you're discovering something about somebody, and you're adding them there. Or you can have a discussion, which, that's an obvious way for us to discuss this stuff. But you also start a project, which is like, oh, how do we convince the outsiders something, something, something? Or
I think I am going to start a project, and the project
Okay.
is that we are going to put our faith in Lola, the charismatic young girl,
Oh,
to try and convince some of this legion to either render short-term or possibly even long-term aid.
okay.
So
The Legion.
we would gladly turn over their prisoners to them and have them leave on their way, but they could help us by helping protect us against the river folk.
Okay. So the project is convincing them to protect us against the river folk.
And maybe some people want to stay here, bolster our numbers. Maybe they
Sure.
just don't want to, destroy us.
Okay.
We're kind of playing the field here. I'm gonna say
Sounds
2
good.
weeks.
What do you guys think?
2 weeks is a very reasonable period.
I think so. And,
Yeah.
for some result to come out of it, yeah, I think that's enough time for us to see what happens.
John?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, cool. All right, so now it's going to be Bill's turn. Summer is almost over, my friends. Oh, and I just chose the King of Diamonds. Can you read that to us, Bill?
Summer is fleeting. Discard the top 2 cards off the top of the deck and take 2 actions this week.
So that means that the next card goes away, and I will discard the next card after that, which is in autumn, because it said the top 2 cards. So let's
wait.
be literal.
The only card we didn't do was the 8 of diamonds.
Correct.
You
Is
don't
that
get
the one
to
you
do
wanted?
the thing.
That's the card I was waiting for.
Rad.
The
Would you like to read the questions on it?
It was a headstrong community member, Lola, our charismatic young girl, decided to put one of their ideas in motion, start a foolish project. And I was going to start a foolish project to address the lack of love.
Nice. Too bad. Summer's fleeting. All right. So you, Bill, get to do 2 projects, 2 actions, sorry, this turn.
Okay, I think one of them is the emissaries from the spider community have inadvertently revealed that they don't so much as
Wait. I'm just gonna stop you. I personally don't have a problem with the exposition. However, again, just as if we look at the rules, if you're starting a project, it's a project, which means, and you can expose like a little bit, like a sentence or 2, but if you're basically creating a situation and creating a project, that's 2 different things, right? So I just want to throw that in there.
Well, he
So
can
some
do
young
that.
folks in our community have an idea that they can take the spider creatures are things that they can take control of, rather than them being entities on their own. So they're going to send a group off to basically,
Learn how to take control of the spiders.
yes, learn to take control of the spiders.
Okay. How hard do we think that's going to be? How long will that take?
I think it's a
I'm
week to
thinking
capture
6
one.
weeks.
A week to capture one.
I think
Now,
from there, the learning process is much longer.
Yes.
I think it's longer and dangerous from what we've seen so far. So I'm thinking it's going to take like 4 weeks to figure this stuff out, how to approach them in a somewhat safe way, and then to try to actually learn how to, how or if they can be controlled.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 4 weeks.
I'm down with 4.
4 is good.
Bill, any final arguments?
4 weeks sounds good to me.
Okay. So we're learning how to control them. you want me to add the little thing?
Yeah, sure.
Here, so 4. I'll just put it next to the spiders.
Yeah.
All right. You get a second action.
I think a project to make our Dalai Lama girl a beatific person to this nomadic community as well.
Wait, to do what?
To make them, the nomadic community, respect her as a significant religious figure.
But by that, do you mean to like present her as an honorable and important member of our community, or are you saying that she should join their community?
I
Evangelize
think
her.
you're saying, yeah,
Evangelize
proselytize.
her so that they recognize her as a religious figure to be
So
respected
the
and
project is she's trying to proselytize this new group, right? About her being a leader or about our community, being whatever it is, right?
Exactly.
Sure.
Okay. So how long do we think it'll take for her to proselytize the, group?
I mean,
There's
that's
a lot
kind
of
of
them.
what she's already doing. That
Sure,
was what that 2 weeks. So I would probably say either another week beyond that, so 2 weeks
so you're saying this week we would finish with our
negotiation
negotiations to see if they can kind of
help.
stay and help, and then we
The
want
next week is trying to convert them.
I think maybe it would take a little bit longer than that. I mean, these guys used to be like trained fighter guy, whatever,
Okay.
it sounds like, or at least that's what the refugees are saying. They used to be like what is it? Not bandits. What were they?
Nomads.
Just outsiders? No,
They identified themselves as nomads, but they are
but they were refugees.
They were
But they were
running
being
away.
chased by the red guys.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think if the red guys are really kind of tough and were chasing people, I don't know that they would just kind of, they should have probably a pretty strong sense of identity. I don't know if they would just flip-flop and then, be like, okay, we'll be part of this tribe where, I think it would take them longer to be convinced that she's the answer to their prayers or something.
Okay. So you're saying 3 or are you saying 4?
I'd say 3 weeks.
3 sounds good to me as well.
That's reasonable.
So let's see, what kind of cool. Here, this is our holy symbol of the happy face. We're trying to proselytize over 3 weeks, right?
Wait.
That was Bill doing that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Very good Halo. I love it. Cool. So after that, then I think our countdown for the initial project, right? Because we didn't do the countdown yet. So yeah.
Oh no, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Because I was wondering if because he got 2 actions, I would count down twice.
No, probably just once.
So because if I did count down twice, it would go to 0. So I've already marked it down to 1.
So now it's John's turn, and you get an 8 of clubs because we're in autumn.
Okay. Someone sabotages a project and the project fails as a result. Who did this? Why? Or someone is caught trying to sabotage the efforts of the community. How does the community respond? Options.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with the second one. Someone is caught, and it's They were trying to sabotage the capturing a spider and training them. And the community responded by sacrificing that person to the spider people.
Oh. So the person was trying to sabotage them capturing the spiders?
And training them.
Yeah.
Training.
Yeah.
And
So we
then,
just kind of throw it to the spider to be like, oh, who's a good boy? Oh, eat the person.
Who's a good spider?
so was it sacrificed to the spider or to the spider people? I mean, to the people across the mountain. No, just to the spiders. Things.
It would actually probably be just to the spider. So
All right.
that we could maybe get into its good graces or whatever.
Or is it like bait in a trap?
Well, so at this point, this is a good place where I think sometimes it's good to ask for clarification. Like, let's say somebody says something like, "Hey, this." Like in this case, right? It says someone was caught trying to sabotage the efforts. So we were saying that somebody sabotaged training the spider. I might be confused by what somebody says, so I might go, "Oh, wait, do you mean that?" Just to clarify, because I want to be on the same page as everybody else, right? But what we shouldn't do is start making suggestions for what John should do with it. So we need to kind of step back and not get carried away and go, oh, maybe this or maybe that. That's what our turn is for. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is also like, I think I probably float back and forth over the line, but like if you read like the rules, and I've kind of talked to a couple of people about the game, like it sounds like that's kind of the stuff you want to keep forward in your mind is trying to ensure that everybody kind of has their space to do whatever it is, right? Whatever that, So anyways, this is me talking about the metagame.
Okay.
All right, so that was you answering the question. Now you have an action.
We have a lot going on here.
We were so isolated.
Oh, wait a minute. We need to do the countdown.
Yes, that's true.
And something finishes.
Hooray!
What's the result of that one? That was yours?
That was me.
Yeah.
They're pretty disinterested. They really just want these nomads. However, we do have an abundance of steel and abundance of fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And so they agree that they will help us against the river folk if we agree to part with some of our resources.
Oh, very cool. All right. Meanwhile, we're evangelizing, so you never know. Cool. All right. So now you can go ahead, John, and take your action.
I am going to start a project. And the project is some people are really interested in that device that was turned on, and we don't know what it is. So we want to figure out what exactly that does.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's going to take... we have the bridge. It's going to take 2 weeks.
Okay. What do you guys think? 2 weeks sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So now it's my turn. I've got a 7 of clubs, which reads, either a project just isn't working out as expected, radically change the nature of this project, but don't modify the project die. When it resolves, you'll be responsible for telling the community how it went. The other one is something goes foul and supplies are ruined. Add a new scarcity. I'm going to actually go with the first one. I'm going to say a project just isn't working out as expected. So what's happened is, if we look at our project over here, our evangelizer, our Dalai Lama girl, has been trying to whip them up into a frenzy and have them, these new members, maybe be more interested in joining our tribe permanently. But it's caused a schism. And so what it's doing is it's causing a split between the outsiders that want to stay and the outsiders who think they should just come get their resources, help us get the resources and get out. And so what we're actually, the project die, the way it's changing, I mean, it's the same number, but the project is changing so that we're actually trying to steal away some of these people from the other group. So we're not evangelizing, we're now stealing half of that tribe.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
I guess that can go good or bad. I'm going to start a discussion. This is our core group at night, away from the outsiders.
The four families.
Yeah, I mean, we're still a separate tribe, right? I mean, so this is our tribe talking, not like the outsiders. They're not part of our tribe yet. I'm going to make a statement. We need to be prepared. If we split this tribe in half, there may be war between them, and we need to be prepared to kill off the other side while we have the advantage. Andrew?
No, we should take our most valuable craftsmen, or women and children, and put them in the bunker. So if war happens, we will fight them. But if they do succeed, the tribe will continue.
Okay. Bill, are you there? Did he say he was leaving or anything? No, just took off, right?
No, he just kind of
dropped off. All right, John?
I think with the addition of the new members, we would be fine to kill them where we are, if it comes to that.
All right. Cool. So now it's Andrew's turn.
Okay.
10 of clubs.
Harvest is here and is plentiful. Add an abundance.
Ooh.
Cold autumn winds drive out your enemies. Remove a threatening force from the map and the area. I'm going to say that, I mean, we have all been attacked by the strange village to the west, to the east. And between losing their village to a flood, to not harvesting by trying to raid us, that the river fort to the north have suffered massive casualties. Plus, we killed a whole bunch, and they disband. They figure that they can no longer safely live in the valley.
All right. We've removed one threatening force from the map.
Ooh, chaos.
Let's see, where's our little... Da-dum.
No, not those guys.
Oh, not those guys? Which guys?
The guys up
Oh,
top.
these guys. Yeah. They're like over there now, right?
They're like, well, I mean,
Or gone.
we don't have a village. They attacked us. There's these strange spider things that we don't know what's going on.
Right.
We're just gonna fuck right off.
All right, cool. Gone. Your turn for an action. Oh, wait, actually, sorry. Project dice go down. So that goes down to 2 weeks to control the spiders, 1 more week to find out this electrical devices, and 1 more week of proselytizing. All right. Action time.
I have a good discovery and I have a good project, and I can't decide. I'm gonna do a discovery.
Okay.
The spiders speak language, but not our language.
Gasp.
Cool. How do you want to draw that on the map?
I'm gonna do a speech bubble, and I'm going to do probably like Tamil or Hindi or something.
All right, cool. All right, do we have Bill? Are we going to skip Bill? Bill, are you there?
I am here.
Oh, you're there. Cool. Are you ready? It's your turn.
I am ready.
Jack of clubs.
Before we do that, do we want Bill's contribution to our discussion that he missed?
We can. I think we should just review it real quick. The
Okay.
discussion was about because we're trying to evangelize half of this tribe. The discussion was whether or not we should be ready to kill off the other half in case they get violent.
Yes.
And there was disagreement as to if we should do anything about it or wait to see what happens or that kind of stuff.
I think we should redouble our efforts to put forth our spiritual child as a divine being.
Okay. So that's going to finish soon. We've got that project going. So go ahead, Jack of clubs.
A project finishes early. Which one and why?
Okay.
I'm going to say the evangelization of our spiritual child finishes early.
Okay. So because now this is important. This is an important game mechanics. Who is the one who did the child evangelization?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't in this case, right? But
Yeah.
normally it would have mattered, right? When a project completes, the person who started the project gets to narrate the ending. However, in this case, because Bill is completing the project as part of his action, his card, he gets to narrate how it ends. So whenever you have one of those cards which says, a project fails, you as the card reader get to say how it fails, not the person who started the project.
But Bill started it, but your card said when it resolves, you'll be responsible for telling the community how it went. Does it finishing early trump
It trumps
the fact that, okay.
Yeah.
Also, would it be considered finishing early if it's going to resolve right now anyway?
Technically, no, but this could be a way that Bill can take control of the narrative. How the narrative for that project ends. So yeah, if you're gonna min-max, for example, as soon as Bill finishes his card, then that project's going to finish anyways, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. Like it doesn't save us time, but he gets to take control over the answer if it wasn't his, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense, Bill?
Yes.
All right. So go ahead. Do you still want to end that project early?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's going to occur on the fall solstice, or fall whatever. Was it a
Equinox.
solstice?
Well,
Equinox.
sorry.
It's the winter and summer solstice, and it's the spring and autumn equinox.
Equinox. Thank you. That didn't sound right when I said it. Okay. On the spring equinox, we had a what we thought was light shining through the crystalline structure that revealed our divine. Now on the fall equinox, there's another astronomical event that highlights our divine creature, and that is what is able to turn the tide and turn the whole nomadic community towards her
Whoa.
as a singular divine being.
Awesome. So these guys are part of our tribe now.
Nice.
Okay,
All right.
well,
That was a very successful project.
that is going to. Okay.
Yep. So who's next?
Well, he still needs to do his action.
Oh, right. That was project finishing early. So actually,
And
now we need to.
The electrical device counts down.
Right. So I think that was yours, right, John?
Yep.
All right. So what happens with that one?
We found out what it does and why everybody disappeared in the area. It's actually a teleporter.
Ooh. Okay. Is that all we found out? That it's a teleporter, but like we don't know where it goes or anything?
Well, we sent some people through it, but they never came back.
Okay. Cool. All right.
So how did we discover it was a teleporter? Did we?
Yeah, that's a good question, I guess.
We watched them disappear.
I mean,
So we don't know it's a teleporter necessarily. We think it's a teleporter, but we know people go in and disappear.
True. Yeah.
Okay.
It could be
Okay. No, that's good.
disintegration device.
We just needed clarification. We don't want to color, because it's John's answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we just want to make sure we understood it. And I think this is a valid place where, for example, Andrew, you were like, wait a minute, you're saying it's a teleporter, but people have disappeared. How do we know it actually teleports, right?
Yeah, and I was going to interject the way that we would know, but instead I'm gonna just ask the question and not.
We just
find
ask
flavor
the
of
question.
answer.
Yeah, the person who responsible answers, and then we'll see where it goes next. I mean,
re-
you can still, yeah.
I really don't like that, but that's just because I'm a control freak.
Totally. That's what this game is fighting against. It's hard.
Also, I just kind of hate John.
Only kind of.
No, it's okay. We're friends again. You listen to Demon Days.
So that was one project completing, and then whose turn was it? It was still.
It was Bill's. It was still Bill's turn.
So Bill, you get your action.
Oh, my action.
Yes.
My action is to take the beneficial capabilities of the Forge and start turning it into full-on defenses for the community.
Dang. We're like an army force.
Yeah, so basically metal walls for our community.
Okay.
Metal walls.
Defensive structures.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. How long will that project take?
5 weeks. Metal structures are hard.
Sure. Hard and big. Now, do we think that the influx of these new outsiders would reduce the amount of time that this project may take to complete? I'm okay with cutting it down to 4.
I would say that they are going to reduce. They're going to help us with the to and fro, grab because we never actually grabbed the heat from the mines.
Okay.
They're going to help us with the to and fro, but the actual smelting and assembling is going to be 5 weeks.
So you're still thinking 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then let's do that. So, and John, you're cool with that too?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So 5 weeks, and that's going to be for us to create metal structures. Do we have any good? I don't know. Ooh, these look cool. Here's our metal structures. Here, nice steel color. Okay. Who do we got next?
John.
John. Sorry, so this one. 2 of clubs.
Okay. Someone returns to the community. Who? Where were they? Or you find a body. Do people recognize who it is? What happened? Okay. I am going to say that we found a body, and people recognize it as one of the people we sent through the device.
Ooh.
We're not entirely sure what happened, but the body looks burnt.
Okay. So I guess it's recognizable. But it looks burnt. Do you want to draw that on the map anywhere?
Sure.
Cool. As far as projects, we have a project complete. So our steel doors go down 1 week, and look, who was it who was trying to get us to ride the spiders? Is that also you, John?
No, that was.
Or was that Bill? No, or is that Andrew?
Sorry, which one was it?
The riding the spiders.
That started.
Oh, that was me.
Dead body.
All right. What's the result of this this successful project?
Since it's successful, we have a new fighting force in the sense that we have control of the spider creatures, and we have destabilized the power source of the rival community to the east.
Nice. Wow, this is feeling pretty solid. I'm starting to feel confident that we may be able to survive the winter.
Don't worry, it's not my turn yet. I'll fix that.
Cool. So that project is completed, and then the second part of that is you get an action, John.
That's right, I do.
Isn't it nice to get actions too?
I do like actions.
Mm-hmm.
You're alone in this community. No one likes action. That's why we have a dearth of love.
I'm going to hold a discussion, and I'm going to make a statement. We should abandon any efforts with the device in the cavern.
Okay. Should we abandon our efforts, or should we learn how to use it on our enemies?
We have more pressing concerns. It's hard enough to go across the river and enter into the mountains. It's not worth the effort.
All right, Bill.
We have had several successes. I think we try to learn about this device, study it.
All right. Community seems a little split on the matter. Now it's my turn.
Yes.
A for Autumn, so an ace of clubs. Oh no, the community becomes obsessed with a single project. Which one and why? And then we get to choose one. We can either say they decide to take more time to ensure that it is perfect, and you can add 3 weeks to the project tie, or they drop everything else to work on it, and all other projects fail. If there are no projects underway, the community becomes obsessed with a grandiose vision. No. Although,
one.
yes.
We only have the one.
So I'm going to say that our new members are so enthusiastic, bringing all this material, and suddenly we have this glut of steel, and our tribe members become obsessed with, they have different opinions on where to put the walls. So there's a lot of kind of discussions and arguments, and then, changing plans. So they want to get it perfect. So I'm going to extend the project by 3 weeks, which is to say it'll be now a 6-week project. I guess it's a 7-week, and then I can kind of finish this turn, and it's 6 more weeks. So we've got 6 more weeks on the project. And then I get an action. Maybe we need to start another project. Yes. We're going to start another project. We still have these refugees.
Hey! I was waiting for somebody to remember them.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is take our refugees here, and we want to use them as our experiment with the tool. We can throw their bodies in and try to see if there's a pattern. Maybe we can figure out how this thing works.
Speaking as the new members, they're all for that.
So how many weeks do we think it'll take to gather these refugees, send them over there, and try to discover a pattern or discover something about the way this device works?
5. If
5
you're
more
gonna use
weeks?
The scientific method.
Sure. What do you guys think?
I agree with 5.
Okay. John?
I would say 4. I'm
kind of leaning toward 4 too. I think taking them, throwing the bodies in, and then trying to find them. I don't think it'll take that much time. Although finding a body, I guess that could take a while. But 5 weeks seems a little excessive to find out one piece of new information. What do you guys think?
Okay, I could buy that.
Okay. Bill, cool?
No objection.
All right, cool. So 4 weeks, we'll try to figure something else out about this machine. All right. So that was my turn. Next is Andrew. We're getting closer to the end of fall. What's up?
You'll find out.
Okay. 5 of clubs.
The 5 of clubs. Winter elements destroy a food source.
Wait. This is 5 of clubs. Not. I think you're.
Yeah. I'm looking ahead.
You're looking at winter.
The parish arrives. Who are they? Why have they chosen your community, and for what? No.
Or?
A small gang of marauders is making its way through local terrain. How many are there? What weapons do they carry? I mean, the Marauders are probably the remnants of the Riverside. The Riverside people that haven't fled.
Sure.
Oh.
What weapons do they carry? And how many of them are there?
They carry ceremonial equipment, like very ornate daggers and spears.
Okay.
And they wear no armor. They seem more religious in nature, and there's not a lot of them. There's probably 6.
Okay. So the 6 weirdo religious marauders with ornamental weapons.
Yes.
You can draw them on the map.
Okay.
And then once you do that, we have a project dice to go down, 3 more weeks of machine experimentation, 5 more weeks to get our walls going, and then you can take an action after that.
We're going to discover something.
Sure.
We're going to discover why exactly the people in the north needed sacrifices.
Okay.
And that is because...
Well, so the discovery is something which leads us to believe whatever you're about to tell us, right? So what is it that we discover? Yeah, go ahead.
Something appears, and I'm going to plop it on the map.
Okay.
As soon as I can. A very large and very monstrous figure rises out of the lake.
Oh. That is a discovery.
Yeah. It's just the entire map now.
Yeah. This is much larger than intended.
The underrated gasp. All right, so this big thing is coming out of the lake. That doesn't look too savory. Cool. All right, that's a discovery. Who do we have next? Bill, are you ready?
It is quite the discovery.
So, Bill, you have a 6 of clubs. You there, sir?
I think Cthulhu got Bill.
I'm back.
All right. It's so we had a discovery occur. There was some very large thing that came out of the lake.
Okay.
The tribe is suspicious that maybe this is why the other tribe was maybe sacrificing things or needed tributes.
I see.
At least that's the rumor. You have a 6 of club. It's your turn.
I have a 6 of clubs.
Which is perfect.
Timing impeccable.
Oh,
You got it?
shoot. What I had up was I accidentally closed. Hold on.
Here,
It's okay.
I'm gonna... Do you still have the G-Chat open? Because I just did the link. Actually, I can also put it on the map. If you're in the map chat.
How are you
I'm
doing?
not seeing that, and I don't know what happened to my window here. So,
Do you want me to just read it?
if you can read it for me.
Sure. Introduce a dark mystery among the members of the community. Or, conflict, can't read, conflict flares up among community members, and as a result, a project fails. So introduce a dark mystery, or conflict flares and fail a project.
The Cthulhu-esque creature coming from the lake is more or less summoned by an underground community or an underground cult within the community.
Within our community?
Within our community.
Well, and he was tasked. Remember, he's introducing a dark mystery among the members of the community. So this is what members of our community think.
Yeah.
This is a dark mystery. So some members of our community have summoned this beast. That's what we're hearing. All right, go ahead and take. Oh wait, so sorry. Everything times down. What did I miss, man? What's so funny?
There's John and I are discussing the headcanon ending of this game. It's not going to be the ending, but we'll tell you when the game's over.
All right, cool. So action time. Yours, Bill. So, and by the way, we're getting close to winter. It's getting late in fall.
A project to harvest our food and maintain and store it for the winter.
Yeah, man. We still haven't even seen the chicken. There hasn't been a chicken run yet.
No.
So how long is this project going to take?
2 weeks.
2 weeks to gather and harvest the food for the winter. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We have a lot of people. Many hands make light work.
Well, but we have a lot of people.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it might take a little bit longer this year to harvest because we've got more mouths to feed. We don't necessarily have a lot more food. I know we have more labor, though. I'm thinking 3 weeks.
I agree with 3.
All right, Bill, do you want to draw something on the map? I don't know what would be a good thing. You know. They need to get more icons, like some quiet year icons.
No, that's unacceptably large.
Meanwhile, it's the next person's turn. This was the action. So 3 weeks to gather
that's
food.
It's supposed to be wheat, but that's the one that I can draw on.
That works. 9 of clubs. This is for John.
3 weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks.
The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early, or a group goes out to explore the map more thoroughly and find something that had been previously overlooked.
Meanwhile, little view.
I'm going to say the Legion that joined us is really into those structures, so that got done quickly.
Oh, cool.
Once again, a setback to a task is negated by it finishing early.
Cool. So that means our walls are up. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, we are properly defended then. What's there to worry about? This is awesome.
Exactly.
All right, everything else counts down 1 week. So our wheat goes down to 2, and our machine experimentation goes down to 1. All right, and then you get an action, John.
Um, let's see. I am going to. I'm going to hold a discussion.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a statement. We should resume tributes to the lake god.
Well, fortunately, we have more people to tribute. That's my statement.
We've wasted all of those criminal nomads on your mad experimentation. We could have used them.
Bill?
Oh. I am.
How you going, sir?
I'm trying to make sure they come up with something creative.
And I will say this. This is actually a good place to put this here. Is one thing you don't feel like you need to do too strongly is to do anything too creative, in the sense that sometimes what I've found in the games, and I've heard it echoed by other people, is sometimes you'll throw an idea out there that you think is pretty remedial or not that interesting, not that creative, for example, but somebody else will take that and kind of run with it in a different direction. So I found in some of these games, people have been, they've come to me afterwards and gone, oh, I really love how you went to this thing because then I took it and I went this way. But during the time when I threw that out there, I just felt like it was a kind of a, it was just like a dumb idea, or I didn't think of anything interesting, so I'll just throw it out there, something simple. So, you never have to feel like you have to go over the top. Like anything can contribute in a pretty major way.
I say they're going to try to ignore these distractions and focus on harvesting the food.
Okay. Ignore these distractions, like this huge beast coming out of the lake.
Yes.
Ignore that. Don't worry about it. More important to do. All right. So that was our discussion, John's discussion. So now it's my turn. So I've got the King of Clubs, which says, a natural disaster strikes the area. Now we get to choose one.
Oh, jeez.
Either we focus on getting everyone to safety and remove an abundance and a project fails. Wow, double whammy. Or you can focus on protecting your supplies and hard work at any cost. Several people die as a result. Ooh, we need tributes. Oh, that's a tough decision. So our friend here from the lake is our natural disaster that strikes the area. And, it starts causing just running around chaotically in our valley and coming up the river. Project that fails is project number 1. This one with 1 week left. Actually, we're focused on getting everyone to safely. No, so you know what? The project that fails is our food. Our food gathering. Yeah. Our food is not gathered. Dun dun dun. Oops. Our food is not gathered, so that's our project that fails, and our abundance that we lose is our heat. We're out of energy, dude. So we have steel, but we no longer have the heat to produce anything with it. We're out of coal, and the rest of the coal that was down here got destroyed by the chaos from the creature. But we did get everyone to safety. We were able to run across the bridge, and then, you know, yay, more people to sacrifice. All the other projects go down 1, so we learned something new about the machine. What we learned is that the bodies are not being teleported as a offering for the creature, because obviously it just went ballistic. What it looks like it's doing, though, when somebody goes in, we found that they do get teleported. They fall out of the sky and they're burned up, but we found out the portal. They fall exactly where they fall, which is right over here, up in the sky.
It's a bird.
Yes. So whenever we push somebody in there, they burn up and then they fall out of the sky, and that's why we found the guys. There's like a heap of bodies down there.
Right, so there's a heap of bodies.
Well, our recent bodies that we've been throwing through there. Okay. So that's that project, and then there is an action. The action is going to be we're going to start a new project. The project is move the village. Move the village up to the cave until we can figure out how to sacrifice correctly to our friend. How long will it take to move everyone up to the village?
Oh man, with women and children, I'd say 6 weeks.
Yeah, and that's
a lot of people.
Now, at this point, I'm doing something that you guys may not like. Do you want to move to the village? I mean, move the village up there?
With the natural disaster and the monster and everything, I think that this weird cave is probably our safest bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So it sounds like, Bill, are you cool?
I'm totally cool with that.
All right, cool. So now if this, again, metagamey, if somebody was like, oh, hell no, I don't want to leave the village, that's a stupid idea, that's when you would put down a point of contempt. You'd say like, oh, I've got contempt on this, you know, on you or on the plan. And then that'll maybe come to bite us later. But no, everybody's happy. Ooh, it looks like somebody did Control A.
Oh, that was supposed to be my snipping tool. I've been saving the map periodically.
Oh, cool. All right, so that was me. Next is, oh, this is a fun one for you. 4 of clubs.
Nice.
Very true.
4 of clubs. The strongest among you dies. What caused the death? The weakest among you dies. Who's to blame for their death? The weakest among us dies. And that's because it's a coup.
Oh, shit.
The Legion, who joined us, has a different interpretation of Lola's laws and the divine order of our society,
Nice.
and they are rationalizing these doctrines with the militaristic society.
Very cool. All right. So the weakest among us, they're dying. Project goes down 1 week, so this goes down to 5. Oops. And do we have anything else? No. All right. So go for it. Your action.
It took us a couple of weeks because we were distracted, but we finally discovered that the light on top of the tower where the crystalline keep is no longer lit.
Ooh. Okay. So the discovery is that the light at the top is no longer lit.
Yes.
All right. Next, this is the last card for fall. This is yours, Bill. Are you ready?
Yes.
Queen of Clubs.
Which is?
Disease spreads through the community.
Oh, geez.
Choose one. Either you spend the week quarantining and treating the disease and project dice are not reduced, or nobody knows what to do. Add health and fertility as a scarcity.
I'm going, since I don't know exactly what health and fertility as a scarcity means for us at this point, I'm just going to not reduce our project
Okay.
numbers at this
Well,
point.
so fortunately we have these militaristic folks in our midst now, so I guess they militaristically quarantine the village.
I mean, the disease might be, all those people that they just killed.
Could be. So we're on the last deck. So winter is about to start. Now the thing about winter is, actually, you get still your action. Sorry, that was just the disease part, right? So the project dice don't go down. Now it's your action, Bill, and then I'll talk about the winter deck.
I'm going to go with discovery, and discovery of chicken husbandry techniques in a tome discovered somewhere.
Sure. Where was this tome?
In a ruined community, somewhere in the mountains around the mine.
All right, let's see. Here we go. So around the mine, we found a scroll. I'll make it grayish. A scroll of techniques that tell us how to, do what again?
Animal husbandry.
Animal husbandry.
So,
chicken husbandry, specifically.
Yeah.
It is a scroll of chicken.
The scroll of chicken. Cool. All right. So now we start the winter deck. The funny thing about the winter deck is one of the cards here is the King of Spades, and that is the end of the game. So the game can end basically at any time now. It doesn't end when we finish the deck. So any card that comes up could be the last. No, not yet. So Queen of Spades. It is John's turn.
Was it Gina who played this game, and they pulled the King of Spades as their first card?
The first one. I don't know, but in the game I played, it came up like the second or third.
I remember hearing on the podcast that that's what happened. Like the very first, they really liked the game.
Yeah.
But the very first game is just, game's over.
Okay.
Over. Bye, guys.
All right, John. Queen of Spades.
You see a good omen. What is it?
Ooh. Yay, positivity.
The good omen is we see a bunch of people on the tower, and they're waving white flags at us.
Ooh. That sounds like a good omen. Cool. Now project dice go down 1, and you get an action.
I'm going to start a project,
Mm-hmm.
and the project is sending some people over to the eastern people to see what's going on over there, why they're waving flags.
Cool. How long do we think that'll take? I think just a week would be cool, right?
Yeah.
Or is
Well,
it?
are we including the return trip?
Oh, you're right.
Also,
So yeah, 2 weeks.
Also, we're no longer in our village.
That is
We're
true.
in the process of moving.
We're in
so
the
I'd probably
process of
say
moving. Ooh.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that would. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like we're all agreed. So let's do that. It's cool. So that's our next project. Who's going to be next? So it's me, and I'm going to get a
How long did we say on that?
3.
3 weeks.
Okay.
I've got a 3 of spade. Someone comes up with an ingenious solution to a big problem, and as a result, a project finishes early. What was their idea? Or someone comes up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort during the coldest months. Start a project related to this. I think someone's going to come up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort. Somebody thinks that they actually, part of the problem of us living in that for the winter is that we don't have food, and we also don't have, heat, and there's always love, which we haven't explored enough of. I think somebody's plan is that they want to get the coal that was up there and bring it up. I mean, anyways, we're already moving everybody into the cave, so we want to run the lines, get some coal, and then bring it into the caves for the winter, so we can hold up there. How long will it take to additionally, or on a side project, to go and get coal and take it to the caves? What do we think?
I would say probably 3 or 4 weeks tops.
3 or 4 weeks?
We're almost at the mines as it stands. So a week of mining and a week of moving.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like we're harvesting coal for a city.
I thought we already had the coal.
We did. We lost it.
Oh, okay.
When our lake friend came out and screwed things up.
That's right.
I thought it was a natural disaster.
Well, it was. That was our natural disaster.
He's pretty natural.
Yeah. All right. So how many weeks do we think that'll take?
3?
Yeah, 3 sounds good to me.
Okay. Bill, you got a problem with that?
I have none.
All right, cool. So that was our, hopefully that'll comfort us during the winter. Outside of that, I'm going to say, let's see, let's discover something new. There's been a sighting of chickens down here on the riverside. They come to roost. Buck, 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 buck,
Chicken
buck.
roost by the riverside.
There's my chicken. All right, that's as good as we're going to get. All right, so we have a chicken. We've seen chicken. That's my move. Who's next? Oh, did we
Me.
do a countdown? Sorry, we have to count down one, just the number of weeks for this project, the moving project. Okay, so John, sorry, not John, Andrew. 2 of spades.
A headstrong community member takes charge of the community's work efforts. A project fails, and then a different project finishes early. Tries to take control of the community. How are they prevented from doing this? Due to the conflict, project dice are not reduced this way. The attempts to establish diplomatic relationships with our Eastern friends were deemed superfluous by the more militaristic rulers of our tribe.
Yes.
It is abandoned so that they could help gather the warmth needed for winter.
Okay. So our project on the right fails, and then this one completes early, right?
Yes.
All right. So we have coal.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see. That was the car. Then you get your action. We reduced the travel down to 2. We've almost relocated our village.
Well, some of the village. Because we've noticed, we have discovered all of our spiders are gone.
Oh.
Gasp.
They have burrowed deep within the ground.
No.
As if they are, well, who knows why.
Okay. So that's the new discovery, right? So the spiders are burrowed in the ground.
We're just gonna...
All right, who's next? That's going to be Bill. Oh, so the King of Spades. Bill, do you want to read that for us? Oh, no, you don't have it, right? Bill, are you still there? Oh, well. The King of Spades. The Frost Shepherds arrive. The game is over. We done good. So what happened? What do you think happened?
Alright, so I was thinking that the bunker and the tower are connected, and that the apocalypse was caused by... They're both a weapon to defeat this lake monster.
Oh, interesting.
And in the process of defeating it, it ushered in like a semi-ice age that ended the world.
Nice.
Nice.
Also, the other ending is that we use Lola to teach Cthulhu the meaning of love.
Oh,
That was our headcanon.
that's
They
rad.
get married at the end of the game.
And it's a
I-
lovely wedding, and we all celebrate.
I was just thinking that the tribe is trying to cross the bridge when our friend from the lake comes down and basically
That was
snaps
good.
everybody up.
I was also thinking that the lake monster would be the Frost Shepherd.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that the spiders were like, oh, the Frost Shepherd's coming. We've seen this before. We're getting the fuck out of here.
I mean, it could be the Frost Shepherd is just the winter condition that comes down and freezes the shit out of everything. So
Yeah.
it could be our villagers are crossing the lake there, or the river, when all of a sudden, you know, you see, what's that scene from...
Day after tomorrow.
No, I was thinking about John. It's Johnny.
Oh, The Shining.
The Shining. Like, imagine a whole village of Johnnies like frozen out in the snow.
Yeah, because I mean, some of our villagers made it. I mean, there's probably like 20, 30 that are in the mines and in the bunker.
Yeah, but are
Yeah,
they the ones with the food?
we had at
Are they ready to
least
survive?
90 that were still in the
Yep.
process.
So
Super bummer.
that's the game. What did you guys think?
I
That
really
was
like
good.
this. I really dig it.
I'm not normally a fan of RP heavy games, but this was good.
Cool.
And I think this was more like there wasn't a lot of role playing
Mm-hmm.
elements. I mean, I could understand how there could be,
Yeah.
but I like the idea of crafting this area.
Yeah.
Right.
I also really understand how when they said that you could do this end on the king, but instead of saying the Frost Shepherd comes, everyone dies, or the Frost Shepherd comes, just at the
Yeah, and
adventure.
it doesn't. Right. Go on.
No, I was just thinking that would be an interesting way of collaboratively building a setting to
Right.
then use.
Yeah, totally. And I think even you're right. Like if you just ignore that last one and just like, okay, let's play a D&D game here or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
To me, I've now played this. I mean, I've only played it twice as far as full games, but I've played a couple of partial games, which just got cut short due to time. And then I've also played a couple of other things like Microscope. Microscope is, I think, a better world-building one. And yeah, in regards to things like role-playing, like John was saying, like in this one, you have to do a lot of the legwork, right? In a regular role-playing game, the players don't have to create the world. So you don't have to think too hard about external stuff. All you have to worry about is what you're doing, your character, right? Whereas here, you need everybody to kind of be on board to create stuff. That's why I think this game works really well with people who either are just creative role players because they'll bring it, or GMs. Like if you have a bunch of GMs, sometimes they can dig it if they can let go of that control. Because some GMs, that's a hard problem too. And but I think it's just such a great learning exercise as a GM because it's like, how do you let go of control, but then how do you collaboratively create a story.
And it's also a good introduction to concepts that exist in both Apocalypse World and Fate, in that we could have, and it was possible, to frame almost everything that we did in terms of how it is beneficial to our society.
Right.
Like, even when bad things happened, you could kind of twist it to be like, oh, bad things happened, but it also happened to everyone, so now our enemies are starving as well.
Right.
Whereas there were choices that it's like, no, a bad thing happened, and it happened to us.
Right.
Even when it was a good thing happened or a bad thing happened.
One thing that I would add just around Microscope, which is another game by Ben Robbins, a different designer. But that's another world-building one. And what's cool about that one, I think, is that you get to do more role-playing. Like we actually set up scenes, and I did that at in the middle of the last Jackercons. I did that little interlude with DT Pints, Kurt, and a couple other folks. And it's you get to have these really fun role-playing scenes where somebody kind of directs, sets the scene, and then everybody chooses a role, and then you just kind of role-play to get the answer to a question. And once the question's answered, you're done. But
it's like Fiasco in just one scene, no GM.
In one scene, and it's short.
Act, move on.
Yes. And so the scene might be like, you have to still define a question. Just like in this game, you saw there was structure in this game. It wasn't like, hey, let's just all make up stories and draw shit however we want. There was a very specific order. There was supposed to be a specific amount that you do as far as drawing and talking, and that's because that way it moves along and it's like a machine. Like everybody's just taking turns and going and building and building and building. And once you get into that flow, you can just go real quick. Whereas, if some people are more, I'm going to talk for like 10 minutes about my thing or whatever, if you didn't have that structure, then you wouldn't get this, constant flow and very equal contribution from each player, And that's what I like about this one. But it doesn't have a huge amount of role-playing stuff because you have such a very short period of time to talk.
It's a very procedural in the way it comes to the generation of. I mean, it leaves player input, but spring is always going to be those 12 things, those 13 things.
Correct.
Summer,
what's nice is it's actually almost double those, though, because you have 2 different questions on each card, right? Mm-hmm. So instead of being those same 13 things, it's maybe these 2 and these 11 times 2, right? So there's actually right.
But a lot of things are the same concept.
Yeah.
Like one thing I really enjoyed is something bad happens and one of your projects fails, or something bad was going to happen but you caught it.
Right.
I thought that was one of the more interesting choices because, I mean, if there's a project that would be an interesting thing to fail, or a project that could have really cool implications, or one that you just didn't agree with, you could be like, oh, nope, sorry, rock slide, miners all died.
And I think that's what's cool about it. It does provide enough variety. But like I said, if you look at Microscope or the other ones, if you want to do world building and you don't want to be, like this is you'll be pigeonholed around a post-apocalyptic, setting, and like you said, there's only a limited set of questions. Mm-hmm. But when you play something like Kingdom or Microscope, it's just like the world's your oyster. Like you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this.
What did you guys think of the structure? Did you feel like, because a lot of times I stopped the game and I was like, let me interrupt, you're going too long, this is what you need to do. Mm-hmm. Like I was enforcing the rules heavily, and it's hard for me to do because I want to just enjoy it and have fun, and I can hear somebody's excited about what they're saying, but the rules stipulate a certain way that you contribute. Like, do you think having that was too strict, or was it okay?
I was fine with that, especially because, and I'm going to throw him under the bus, but John is probably the quietest player in our group.
Uh-huh.
And it was nice to hear, I mean, everybody was mandated.
Right.
But on the opposite side of that is, if you want to just kind of stay back and experience the story, there are things like you can agree with people in discussions, and you can agree with people and not try to fight them on how long projects are going to take. So even if you want to be like kind of not as proactive, the game still lets you, but you still have to put in your amount of work. And I think taking out that procedural way it's like the guy who runs the GM hog who asks all the questions and runs all the role-playing scenes, and like, it's hard to see that, and it's the GM's responsibility to make everything fair, and in a GM-less system, the system is the GM. I mean, the system is the person asking the questions and making sure it's fair.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I would have liked to been able to expand on things, because I added details with the intention, like I had in my head what those details meant, the consequence and the story behind them.
Right.
But, for example, the spiders not speaking our language, that language was something that the outsiders probably did speak.
Okay.
So we could have used them to communicate with the other village and maybe come to an agreement to unite against the big monster.
Right.
But there's still 3 weeks in between what I set up and how it results.
Yes.
And it's like it's been 8 weeks. No one has grabbed it. We finished the coal last season. No one's grabbed it yet.
It's hard to survive with 60 to 80 people in the post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah, so especially when you don't have one omniscient being running the events that are happening.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure any one of us could be like, okay, well, these guys go over here, these guys go over here, blah, blah, blah. It's like, nope, there's a tower. The
Yeah.
Sears
It's like,
Tower,
what?
and the spiders are invading you. It's like, well, I guess we can't be happy.
What do you think, John?
I agree. I like the mechanic of forcing people to participate because, as Andrew said, sometimes you get that GM hog where someone just runs the story. But it does, again, as he said, it does provide difficulties because sometimes the other players don't always do what you want them to do, and that provides some frustration.
Yeah.
And I'm going to name drop from our group just because, I mean, two of us know what I'm talking about, and you can just kind of sit there and be clueless. And everybody who's watching this broadcast will be like, what? But we have a guy at our table named Steve, and Steve is probably one of, I wouldn't say the greatest role players, but he's always doing things in character,
Right.
but he's a very quiet guy in that he just wants to be there to enjoy the game.
Right.
And when he has a whim, boy does he have a whim, and he'll chase that whim, even if it's completely tangential to the plot.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, there are people, because our game group, we don't have two people with the same play style. Like,
Right.
I'm super hippie narrative, and we have a guy who only wants to play Pathfinder because crunchy dice rolling, and we
Right.
have people who's like, oh, we have to do the plot. The plot's the only thing that matters. And the other people like, when I ran a game, they did the opposite of all my plot hooks.
Right.
They're like, there's a plague in the city, and you as guards are tasked with curing it. And they're all like, let's leave! Let's go somewhere completely different.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
And in an RPG, it's hard to manage different personality types. I feel like
Right.
in this, it would be fairly easy because everybody's forced to interact with the game mechanically and narratively in the same way on the same level.
In a consistent manner. And I think that's where sometimes it could fail if you have, like my friend Howie, he's my favorite gamer to play with. He's one of my players. We go to the cons together. We discovered this game together. But one of the things that I know he likes to do, because I've seen him do it in one of the games we played, is he'll come in and that rule of one or two sentences or you just do this little bit, but you're not really doing this huge thing. I think he struggles against that. I can see he does. He has an idea and he really wants artistically and role playing wise, and he wants it to come out the right way. And so even though he's not trying to take too much control, he's not doing something where he comes in and he's doing so much more than you are, but he just wants to come in and, hey, when I do my piece, I want to do it right. And so he wants to, kind of get out there and make it have an impact. And I don't want to stop him to some degree, but then again, if you're playing with some players who are a little quieter, then all of a sudden the person starts to outshine them, and it does create that difference in how people are participating. And so one thing I like is when I run this game, which I've only done a few times, but when I do, I want to try to enforce those rules, even though sometimes there's people who can do some pretty cool stuff if you ignore those rules.
And that's why, again, we're getting back to the golden rules of RPGs of setting expectations before the game.
Right.
It's hard, and this is with any game, it's hard to learn a game and play a game at the same time.
Right.
It is difficult to, and I'm sure we all got it by summer, and we all got it, we definitely understood what was going on by fall.
Right.
But we could have been doing things to shape the entire game by spring. And also, if we all knew the game, we could say, are we going to relax the amount of information you can introduce in Discovery?
And I think that's the thing. Like, if you're playing with the same set of people, like, hey, I played with my gamer group. We've done this once. Now we're going to do it again. And you know what? We had a discussion. We actually want to do this. And we know that we as a group are all responsible enough to be able to not step on each other's toes. Like, if we all want to do exposition and stuff, then fuck yeah, let's do it, you know? Or if we want to spend 10 minutes and actually role play some scenes and have characters and things like that. I mean, if you read the rules here, they're like specifically kind of try to stay away from characters. Bring them up by all means, but don't keep bringing them back and making the story about the characters, because it's really, you know, how do we make a story about the community and, you know, and the surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, like you said, like you can totally relax those rules, but it's nice to play it the way it should be played at least the first 1 or 2 times so that you can see what the benefits are, you know, of having that consistency or whatever.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed it.
Cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks, guys. I was looking forward to it. My gamer group has been pretty slack at getting together recently, so I've been feeling a little bit like I need my fix.
Yeah, I finally got the outlet for one of the stories I'm trying to tell. And I tried to run a game in Savage Worlds, and it wasn't really working for me. It didn't scratch the itch I needed. So we're running modern day in GURPS, and it's like, finally, like all of my role playing goals and desires are being met, because we've switched from 5th edition, which I love, to Pathfinder, which I can't stand.
Right.
And
it's
like
getting very stale.
And not just Pathfinder, but Adventure Paths.
Right.
And not just Adventure Paths, the first 2, Curse of the Crimson Thrones and Rise of the Runelords, which are good adventures, but in Runelords, it's here's a fight, walk down a hall, here's a fight, walk down a hall, here's a fight, walk down a horse, you walk down a hall, here's a horse. What do you do with the horse? Are you gonna fight it? No? Okay, so now here's another fight. And I mean, we're finally getting to the point in Crimson Thrones where it's not just fight, but I mean, it's just, oh, can we like join the forces of evil? Do we have to be like?
Are you running that game? Or are you playing in it?
No, we're playing. I put my foot down and said that I'm not running fantasy anymore. I'm not doing Tolkien-esque fantasy. You guys want it?
I'm not into Tolkien-esque fantasy anymore. Well, I am to some extent, but like for me, the game that I ran the last year with my friends, which was Dungeon World, but you know, I said, okay, well, I've got this fantasy, but I want to make it episodic. So I knew different people would show up different weeks, so I wanted it to make it like they're like a strike team, but you know, just kind of like in Magic Land. And so we kind of did that whole thing. I called it Keep on the Borderlands because there was a keep and it was on some borderlands, you know, and we just kind of went with that whole thing. But I wanted to play Numenera recently.
Oh,
I've been looking into it.
On the list.
It looks so neat. And my friend really wanted like a future like sci-fi type game. Like I wanted to run sci-fi, and my friend wanted to play in sci-fi, but he wanted the technology to be alien and very kind of almost inaccessible, you know?
Yeah, so it's like he's asking for Numenera.
Yeah, that's what I've discovered, but I didn't know that until you know the last 6 months. I've been kind of making that leap. So I'm going to plan to run that for them in a few weeks. But I want to do a microscope session to do a little bit of the world building.
Mm-hmm. The one game I'm super excited about is the 2nd edition of 7th Sea. Did you hear about that?
I've seen the posts. I don't know much about it.
So 7th Sea is to the Age of Sail in Europe what L5R is to Japan.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It is roll and keep, D10 dice pool, stat plus skill, roll, stat plus skill, keep skill. This keep stat. And it's the guy who made 7th Sea made L5R. There are differences in how like combat mechanics work, but essentially this is the same game. but AEG owned all the publishing rights for 7th Sea, and they just weren't doing anything with them.
Right.
And when they sold off L5R, they're like, we're just done with RPGs. So they're like, hey, John Wick, you've moved on, you made your company. Do you want your game back? And he's like, yeah. He's like, okay, so we're just going to give you your game back, and we retain the rights to publish anything that we did in the past. Here you go. Here's your game. We're not going to make you spend money on it or anything. So John Wick is saying, well, I mean, a lot has happened since 1993 in RPGs. So he's going to update the mechanics and put out a new edition. And it is, unlike Rokugan, which is very, very inspired by Eastern cultures, 7th Sea is parallels. So you have not Italy, not France, not Viking lands, not Britain, not Germany. And, I mean, these are direct parallels.
Right.
Instead of, oh, it's feudal Japan, but it's a continent. And our good friend, somebody who wanted to be here tonight, but it's his birthday, so he went out. 7th Sea was the game that...
Fucker.
Yeah, right? Also, he's like super busy because he's getting a promotion at work. That turned into a promotion of a promotion, so he's going up 2 steps because they fired the director of his division. He's like, yeah, okay, it's, I'm just going to take a management position. And they're like, no, you're going to run your department. You have 2 weeks. You have a month and a half to train. Good luck. He's like, oh shit. But it's the game he cut his teeth on, and it's the game he loves. So it's like I super want to get into it because it's fantasy. I mean, there's magic, but it's only humans, and it's boats, and it's not elves and dwarves and medieval and castles and magic, and I use magic missile. It's much more freeform. So I'm really excited about that.
Cool. Very cool.
Also, I'm super into the hippie games, so
yes, hippie games.
That no one will play with me.
I'll role play with you.
Okay.
There's I'm definitely trying to do more game on demand stuff over at Strategicon. Here, hold on, let me show you my little book. All right, so this is the deal, right? I have this little folder that I can take with me to the con, and when you open it up, it has all sorts of different little indie games. Like, here's my cheat sheets for Microscope. You can run that. Or this one is called Serpent's Tooth. That was a fun kind of somewhere in the middle of GM and GM-less game. Okay. There's the Warren, in case I figure out how to play that. Lasers and Feelings, you need just 1 page.
Do you have Swords and Scrolls, Brands and Bronze, or Fear and Reason?
I have Swords and Scrolls under here.
So somebody made a superhero. I think it's called Brands and Bronze. And somebody made like a Lovecraft called Fear and Reason. And the Lovecraft is he's still kind of working on it. He uploaded the sheet and then took it down. But it's like, that would be amazing for just like a quick, because I think Lasers and Feelings is the perfect game for new players.
Well, that or Dread. I think Dread is the perfect game for new players.
Dread's also because, well, the reason I say Lasers and Feelings is because you get used to the idea that dice are a adjudicator.
Right.
When there's a split, you roll dice and you do what you say. But other than that, it's just you role play. You have a character. What do you do?
Right.
And then you get into GURPS, and there are mechanical structures on how you build your skills fairly with against other players. Or D20 of you roll for everything.
Check it out. George's Children. This is another GM0 game from Post World Games. That's awesome. You're basically children in the apocalypse. It's a very dark game. Then we've got Dungeon World in here, ready to go, just in case. That's easy. Just in case people are interested. Quiet Year. This is where I put those Quiet Year sheets. But like all of these, here, Mad Max Dread. Index cards. I mean, this is like ready to go right here. Boom! I've got like 6 games.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But That's just online is always harder because
Yeah.
getting people like the connection can suck and all the normal crap. But that's
We
pretty
had
good,
a
right?
giant binder. Yeah, we had a giant binder when we went out to Iowa for GammaCon to play in Useless Trivia Man's Greg house. But so I ran Bill's Star Wars.
Oh,
But he has like 140 pages of career stuff.
right.
And so we printed that out twice because we needed, there's 7 people and they were going through character creation. And it's like, I have all these pages and none of them have anything to do with gameplay. It's like, there's just paper all over the table.
All right.
And then there was this guy who just showed up and he's like, oh, hey, is this Traveler? I love Traveler. I haven't played it since 1983. Can I play? Like, yeah, sure. Roll up a character and you'll just be at the next spaceport.
Nice.
But that game was a mess. That was a hot mess.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna hit stop broadcast here because I'm sure we should probably do that at some point.
Yeah.